Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the dense forests of Vanaheim as Kratos and his son Atreus followed a narrow, winding path. For 3 days they had been traveling deeper into the realm's untamed wilderness, guided by ancient markings and Mimir's occasional directions. The severed head, secured at Kratos' belt, had fallen silent hours ago, conserving his energy for when his knowledge would be most needed. "Father, look," Idris said, pointing ahead to where the forest suddenly opened into a clearing. "I think we found it." Before them stood an entrance unlike any they had encountered in their many journeys across the 9 realms. 2 massive hedge walls, over 15 feet tall, curved inward to form an archway. Intricate patterns of vines wove through the dense foliage, supporting clusters of luminescent flowers that pulsed with a soft blue glow even in the daylight. Kratos approached cautiously, his weathered hand reaching out to touch the living structure. The leaves rustled gently at his touch, seeming to respond to his presence. "This is it, boy," he confirmed, his deep voice measured as always. "The Vanir Herbarium." Mimir spoke true. "The maze that walks," Atreus murmured, recalling the head's description. He ran his fingers along the intertwined branches, feeling their subtle warmth. "It's alive." "Aye, and more aware than you might think," came Mimir's voice as the severed head awakened at Krasu's belt. "The ancient Vanir created this place to protect their most valuable medicinal plants. The maze recognizes intent as much as action. It will test you, but not seek to harm you." Kratos nodded grimly. "We need only the twilight bloom for Freya's brewing. Then we depart." The request from Freya had come unexpectedly. Despite their complicated history, she had reached out to them for help when a mysterious illness began affecting the woodland creatures under her protection. The twilight bloom, which grew only in the heart of this legendary maze, was essential for the remedy. "Remember," Mimir cautioned, "the pathways shift at twilight. Enter now, find your bearings, but be prepared for change when the sun begins to set. That's when the bloom opens as well." Atreus adjusted his small quiver of arrows and looked up at his father with determination. "I'm ready." Kratos placed a heavy hand on his son's shoulder. "Stay close, boy. This challenge requires patience, not strength." Together they stepped through the entrance and into the living maze. The air within felt noticeably different, warmer, more humid, carrying the mingled scents of countless plants and flowers. The path immediately split into 3 separate directions, each curving away beyond sight. "Which way, father?" Atreus asked, looking up expectantly. Kratos studied the pathways, noting subtle differences in the vegetation of each. "We seek the heart of this place. Listen to your surroundings, boy. What do you notice?" Atreus closed his eyes, focusing his keen senses as his father had taught him. After a moment, he pointed to the rightmost path. "There's a sound of water from that direction, and the air feels more alive." "Good." Kratos nodded, his stern features softening slightly with approval. Water likely feeds the center of this garden. We follow the moisture. They proceeded down the chosen path, which curved gently before branching again. Each intersection presented new choices, and at each, Kratos encouraged Atreus to observe small details. The direction of growing vines, subtle differences in flower types, the quality of light filtering through the canopy above. The Vanir do not think as the Aesir do, Mimir commented as they navigated deeper into the maze. Where Thor would smash through barriers, the Vanir find harmony with what exists. This maze is designed to reward those who seek understanding rather than conquest. A lesson worth remembering, boy, Kratos added. Atreus nodded thoughtfully, though his youthful impatience occasionally showed as they encountered dead ends or circular paths that brought them back to previous intersections. We're getting nowhere, he finally complained after nearly an hour of careful navigation. Maybe we should mark our path somehow? The maze would not welcome such interference, Mimir cautioned. The Vanir spirits that dwell here might take offense. As if in response to Mimir's words, the hedges nearby rustled with sudden movement. Kratos tensed, his hand instinctively reaching toward the Leviathan axe on his back. But instead of danger, a small opening appeared in the greenery beside them, revealing a new pathway they hadn't noticed before. "See, boy," Kratos said, relaxing slightly. "The maze communicates in its own way." They followed the newly revealed path, which led them to a small clearing. In its center stood a stone fountain, where crystal clay water bubbled up from an underground spring, flowing outward into tiny channels that disappeared beneath the hedge walls. A moment to rest, Kratos decided, seeing Atreus's weariness despite the boy's attempts to hide it. As they refreshed themselves with the cool water, a subtle shift in the light caught their attention. The sun was lowering toward the horizon. Twilight approached. "Be ready, boy," Kratos warned. "The change comes soon." Atreus nodded, finishing his drink and standing alert beside his father. As the first purple hues of dusk tinged the sky visible above the maze walls, a soft humming sound emanated from the vegetation around them. The vines began to twist slowly, their movement almost imperceptible at first, then more pronounced. "It's happening," Athwis whispered, watching in awe as the hedge walls seemed to breathe with life. The transformation was gentle but definite. Pathways that had been open slowly closed as branches and vines intertwined. New openings appeared where solid walls had been moments before. The entire structure of the maze was rearranging itself, guided by ancient Vanir magic that responded to the changing light. "Fascinating," Mimir commented. "The Vanir herbalists designed this place to realign with the stars at twilight. New paths open leading to plants that only show their properties in the evening light." As the maze settled into its new configuration, the clearing around the fountain remained unchanged, but all paths leading from it had shifted. More noticeably, many of the previously dormant flowers now began to emit a soft luminescence, blues, purples, and whites that created a ghostly illumination throughout the maze. "The flowers," Atreus observed, "they're lighting our way." "Indeed," said a melodic voice from behind them. Kratos spun around, axe half drawn before he registered the nature of the speaker. A transparent figure stood by the fountain, neither fully corporeal nor completely spirit. She appeared as a woman formed of light and mist, her features elegant and serene with typical Vanir characteristics. Flowers and vines seemed to grow through her translucent form. "Peace, Kratos of Sparta," she said, raising a hand in greeting. "I am Lyra, caretaker of this garden, a Vanir spirit." Mimir explained, one of the ancient tenders who chose to remain with their creations even after death. Kratos lowered his weapon but remained vigilant. We seek the twilight bloom, for healing, not harm. Lyra's form rippled like water as she nodded. Yes, I sense the truth in your purpose. The bloom you seek grows at the heart of the maze, where it can absorb the perfect balance of sunlight and moonlight. Will you show us the way? Atreus asked hopefully. The spirit's laughter sounded like distant wind chimes. That is not how this garden teaches, young one, but I can offer guidance. She gestured to the glowing flowers that lined the paths. The lumina blooms shine brightest on the true path. Follow their intensity and you will find your way. The flowers get brighter the closer we get to the center, Atreus clarified. Precisely, Lyra confirmed. But be mindful, the maze will continue to shift subtly throughout twilight. What is open now may close later. You must move with purpose but remain attentive to change. Time grows short, Kratos reminded his son. The bloom opens only during twilight, according to Freya. Your friend speaks truth, Lyra said. Once full night falls, the twilight bloom closes until tomorrow's dusk. The spirit's form began to fade. Trust the living maze, respect its patterns, and you will reach your destination. As Lyra disappeared entirely, Kratos surveyed the 3 new paths that had formed from their clearing. Remember what she said, boy. We follow the brightest flowers. Atreus studied each option carefully. This one, he decided, pointing to the leftmost path, where the luminescent blooms glowed with particular intensity. The flowers are definitely brighter here. They proceeded down the chosen path, which twisted and turned through the living labyrinth. The maze had transformed remarkably in the twilight hour. Previously plain hedges now revealed hidden patterns, as bioluminescent fungi and insects emerged, creating constellations of light throughout the foliage. The air grew thicker with floral scents, more intoxicating as night approached. At each intersection, they followed Lyra's advice, choosing paths where the lumina blooms shone most vibrantly. Sometimes the difference was subtle, requiring them to pause and observe carefully. Patience, boy, Kratos reminded Atreus, when frustration began to show on the young one's face after a particularly challenging choice between nearly identical paths. I'm trying, father, Atreus sighed. But what if we run out of time? The twilight won't last forever. Then we return tomorrow, Kratos stated simply. Rushing leads to mistakes. The maze teaches this lesson well. As they ventured deeper, the hedges grew taller and more elaborate. Vines with star-shaped flowers formed archways overhead, creating tunnels of bioluminescent light. Small creatures, insects and tiny spirits alike, flitted among the blooms, their movements adding to the ethereal quality of the environment. We're getting closer, Mimir observed as the luminescence intensified around them. The heart of the maze has the richest concentration of magic in the garden. Their path suddenly opened into another clearing, larger than the first. Unlike the fountain area, this space contained a complex arrangement of small garden beds, each hosting different plant species. Stone paths wound between the plots, converging at a central podium where a single beam of fading sunlight pierced through an opening in the canopy above. This isn't the center, Atreus said, disappointment evident in his voice. It's some kind of garden within the garden. A waypoint, Mimir corrected. The Vanir often created special chambers within their magical constructions, places of rest and reflection. As they entered the clearing, the plants responded to their presence. Flowers turned toward them like curious faces, and trailing vines reached out gently before retreating. The entire space felt acutely aware of its visitors. "Look there!" Kratos pointed to inscriptions carved into the stone podium at the center. Ancient Vanir symbols glowed with the same bioluminescence as the surrounding plants. Atreus approached and began to translate, his knowledge of languages proving useful once again. "It's a riddle," he said after studying the text. "Or maybe a clue? What does it say, boy? The heart seeks balance in all things. When sun meets moon, shadow points the way." Atreus looked up at his father, brow furrowed in concentration. "What do you think it means?" Kratos studied the podium and the beam of light striking it. The twilight was deepening, the last rays of sun gradually giving way to the first glimpses of moonlight. "Watch the light," he instructed. "As sun fades and moon rises, observe what changes." They waited as the natural transition of twilight progressed. The shaft of sunlight weakened, its golden hue fading to silver as moonlight began to filter through the same opening. When both sun and moonlight mingled, a brief, perfect moment of balance, the podium cast a shadow across the garden floor, pointing to a previously unseen archway. "There," Atreus said excitedly. "The shadow points the way." The opening revealed itself fully as they approached, a perfectly formed arch in the hedge wall that had been seamlessly integrated into the surrounding vegetation. Beyond, a new path glowed with the brightest lumina blooms they had yet encountered. "Well spotted, lad," Mimir praised. The Vanir appreciated those who could recognize the significance of transitional moments, neither day nor night, but the balance between. They passed through the archway and found themselves on a spiraling path that wound inward. The lumina blooms here were almost painfully bright, their blue-white glow creating pools of light that illuminated the way forward with unmistakable clarity. "We are close," Kratos observed, noting how the magic seemed to thicken in the air around them. The spiral path narrowed as it approached the center, forcing them to proceed in single file. Kratos led, with Atreus following closely behind. As they neared the final turn, a subtle shifting sound alerted them to another transformation in the maze's structure. "Father, the path behind us," Atreus started. Kratos turned to see the hedges closing quietly behind them, the branches and vines intertwining to seal off their retreat. "Do not fear, boy," he assured his son, noting the alarm in Atreus' eyes. "The maze ensures we move forward, not back. It is not a threat." "He's right, lad," Mimir added. "This is the maze's final test, commitment to the path chosen." They continued around the last curve of the spiral and finally beheld their destination. The heart of the maze was a perfect circular chamber, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, open to the sky above, where twilight was quickly giving way to true night. At the exact center grew a single plant, unlike any they had seen before. The twilight bloom stood about waist-high to Kratos, its thick central stem supporting a complex arrangement of petals that unfurled like a lotus. Each petal transitioned in color from deep purple at its base to silvery white at its tips, and the entire flower emitted a gentle pulsing light that synchronized with the fading rhythm of daylight. "It's beautiful," Atreus breathed, approaching the bloom with reverent steps. Around the central flower, the ground was covered with a mosaic of colored stones, arranged in patterns that mimicked the constellations visible in the darkening sky above. The entire chamber hummed with quiet magic, the accumulated power of centuries of twilight transitions. "We must be careful, boy," Kratos cautioned. "Freya said we need only 3 petals for her remedy." "And we must request permission," Mimir reminded them. "The Vanir do not take without asking, especially in sacred spaces." Atreus nodded and stepped forward confidently. Drawing on what he had learned about Vanir customs, he addressed the bloom directly. "Great flower of twilight," he began, his young voice steady. "We come seeking healing for the forest creatures under Freya's care. May we take 3 of your petals to cure their sickness." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the twilight bloom's pulsing light intensified. 3 of its outermost petals gradually changed color, shifting from purple-silver to a distinct golden hue that separated them from the rest of the flower. "It has chosen which petals to give," Mimir observed quietly. Kratos approached and, with uncharacteristic gentleness from hands more accustomed to warfare than harvesting, carefully detached the 3 golden petals. As each separated from the main bloom, it emitted a soft chime, like crystal touched by wind. "Thank you," Atreus said to the plant, bowing slightly, as he had seen Freya do when addressing the creatures of her forest. As if in response, the remaining petals of the twilight bloom closed gradually, folding inward as the last vestiges of twilight faded from the sky above. Night had fallen properly now, and their quest was complete. "Now we must find our way out," Kratos said, securing the precious petals in a small leather pouch. "That might prove simpler than you expect," came Lyra's melodic voice as the spirit materialized beside the bloom. Her form was more distinct now in the darkness, glowing with the same luminescence as the garden itself. "The maze recognizes that you have accomplished your purpose with respect and care," she continued. "It will open a direct path for your departure." Even as she spoke, the hedge wall on the opposite side of the chamber began to part, revealing a straight pathway illuminated by floating orbs of gentle light. "This will lead you back to the entrance," Lyra explained. "The maze responds to completion as well as to need." "We are grateful for the garden's generosity," Atreus said, his natural diplomacy shining through. Lyra's form rippled with what appeared to be pleasure at his words. "You both have learned what the living maze teaches, that progress comes not from force but from observation, patience, and harmony with your surroundings." Her gaze settled on Kratos with particular interest. "Even those who have known mainly conflict can find new paths through patience." Kratos met her gaze steadily but offered no response beyond a slight nod of acknowledgement. The lessons of the maze were not lost on him, though he kept his reflections private as always. "Before you depart," Lyra continued, "know that you are welcome to return. The maze recognizes friends." "Perhaps someday we will," Atreus replied, glancing hopefully at his father. "Perhaps," Kratos conceded, though his tone suggested his journey had other priorities. With final words of thanks, they followed the illuminated path that had been opened for them. Unlike their winding journey inward, this route led straight through the maze, the hedges parting just enough to allow passage before closing behind them. "The garden continues its work even as we leave it," Mimir observed as they walked. "Always changing, always growing, yet maintaining its essential nature through all transformations. Like us," Atreus said quietly. Kratos glanced down at his son, noting the thoughtfulness in his expression. "Yes," he agreed simply, "like us." They emerged from the maze into the cool night air of the Vanaheim forest. The entrance looked different in the moonlight, smaller, more integrated with the surrounding wilderness, as though the boundary between maze and forest blurred in darkness. Looking back, Atreus could see the glowing flowers outlining the archway, their light already dimming as the maze settled into its nighttime configuration. "We should make camp," Kratos decided, noting his son's fatigue despite Atreus's attempts to hide it. "Return to Freya at first light." They established a simple camp a short distance from the maze entrance. As Atreus prepared for sleep, he found himself reflecting on their unusual adventure. "Father," he said as Kratos tended the small fire, "that was different from our usual journeys." Kratos grunted in acknowledgement. "Not all challenges require the axe or the bow. The maze tested us differently," Atreus continued. "It wasn't about being strong or fast or even clever, exactly. It was about patience," Kratos finished for him, "and observation. Skills a warrior needs as much as strength." He looked directly at his son. "Remember this, boy. Sometimes the path forward becomes clear only when you are still enough to see it." Atreus nodded, settling into his bedroll. "I think I understand why Freya sent us there. It wasn't just about the flower." "Sleep now," Kratos responded, though the subtle softening of his features suggested agreement with his son's insight. As Atreus drifted towards sleep, he could still see the luminescent paths of the maze in his mind's eye. The living labyrinth had offered a different kind of lesson than their usual battles, one about finding harmony with obstacles rather than overpowering them. He wondered how many other such lessons awaited them on their continuing journey through the 9 realms. Kratos remained awake longer, watching over his sleeping son while occasionally glancing toward the maze entrance visible through the trees. The pouch containing the twilight bloom petals rested securely at his side, their faint glow still visible through the leather. In the still night, he reflected on the spirit's words about finding new paths through patience. His life had been defined by violence and vengeance for so long that other ways of moving through the world sometimes felt foreign to him. Yet, for Atreus' sake, and perhaps for his own, he recognized the value in these quieter lessons. The maze had tested them without threatening them, challenged them without endangering them. In its own way, it had offered a rare moment of peace in their often violent journey, a reminder that not every obstacle needed to be overcome with rage and might. As the fire burned low, Kratos allowed himself a rare moment of contentment. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for now, this quiet night beside his sleeping son, with a mission peacefully accomplished, was enough. In the distance, the living maze continued its subtle dance with the moonlight, pathways shifting and changing, always in motion yet always the same, much like the complicated journey of father and son that would continue with the dawn. As the first light of dawn filtered through the ancient trees of Vanaheim, Kratos and Atreus broke camp. The petals of the twilight bloom, still faintly luminescent even in daylight, were carefully secured in the leather pouch at Kratos' belt. Their night beside the living maze had been peaceful, perhaps the most undisturbed rest they had experienced in many moons. "Father," Atreus said as he gathered his belongings, "do you think we'll find other places like this? Magical, but not dangerous?" Kratos considered the question while extinguishing the last embers of their campfire. "The realms hold many wonders, boy. Not all seek to challenge us with tooth and claw." As they prepared to depart, a gentle breeze rustled through the surrounding forest, carrying with it a sound unlike any they had heard before. Something between a whisper and a melody, distant, yet somehow intimate. "Do you hear that?" Atreus asked, tilting his head to listen more carefully. "Yes," Kratos replied, his senses alert, though he detected no threat in the strange sound. Mimir stirred at Kratos' belt. "Ah, that would be the song of the Elder Grove," the severed head explained. "We're closer to the ancient heart of Vanaheim than I realized." "What's the Elder Grove?" Atreus inquired. already captivated by the mysterious melody carried on the wind. A sacred place, Mimir began, his tone shifting to that of a storyteller, where the oldest trees in all the 9 realms stand sentinel, trees that remember the first dawn of creation, trees that speak to those worthy of hearing their wisdom. Atreus' eyes widened with wonder. Trees that talk? Can we go there? Kratos glanced toward their intended path, the one leading back to Freya with their medicinal prize, then toward the direction from which the strange melody emanated. The twilight bloom petals would keep for another day, and something in that distant song seemed to call to them both. A small detour, Kratos decided, adjusting their course. The talking trees await, and so father and son set forth once more, leaving behind the shifting paths of the living maze and venturing deeper into Vanaheim's primeval forest, where ancient trees would soon share their ageless wisdom through song, a song of the talking trees. Grey clouds had begun gathering on the horizon, even as Kratos and Atreus departed from the living maze. What started as a gentle breeze soon strengthened, carrying the unmistakable scent of coming rain, as they followed the melodic whispers deeper into Vanaheim's primeval forest. The first heavy droplets began to fall through the canopy above. "Father, the storm is coming faster than we thought," Atreus observed, glancing skyward as raindrops grew more frequent, pattering against broad leaves and creating a natural rhythm. Kratos surveyed their surroundings with practiced efficiency. "We should find shelter until it passes. Perhaps the trees you hear calling might offer more than just songs," Mimir suggested from his place at Kratos' belt. Ancient groves often harbor secrets, hollows and hidden spaces where travelers might weather a storm. The forest around them had been changing subtly as they followed the distant melody. The trees here stood taller, their trunks wider and bark more intricately patterned than those they had passed earlier. Some appeared to be several millennia old, their massive roots creating natural archways and their canopies merging to form a cathedral-like ceiling high above. As the rainfall intensified, they quickened their pace, guided by the strengthening melody that seemed to respond to the storm's percussion. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the forest in brief, ethereal bursts. "Look there," Atreus pointed ahead, where the trees appeared to form a natural circle around a central clearing. "Maybe that's where the sound is coming from." They approached the grove cautiously. Even through the increasing downpour, Kratos could sense something different about this place. An ancient power, but unlike the aggressive magic they so often encountered, this felt older, more primal, yet somehow gentler. The clearing they entered was roughly circular, perhaps 30 paces across, surrounded by 12 massive trees, unlike any they had seen before. Each trunk was easily 20 feet in diameter, with bark that twisted in spiral patterns from roots to canopy. Despite the rain, the clearing itself remained relatively dry, protected by the dense, interlocking branches overhead. As they entered the space, the melodic humming they had been following suddenly intensified. It seemed to emanate not from any single tree, but from the entire grove, as though the trees were breathing in harmony. "This place," Atreus whispered, instinctively lowering his voice in reverence. "It's alive, but differently than the maze." "Aye, lad," Mimir confirmed. "You're standing in the presence of the Elder Grove, the oldest living beings in all the 9 realms. These trees were saplings when Ymir first fell, and the worlds were shaped from his corpse." Kratos remained vigilant despite the apparent peacefulness of the grove. "Why do they make this sound?" "It's how they communicate," Mimir explained. "The Vanir learned long ago to interpret their melodies. Some say all their knowledge of healing and growth magic came from listening to these ancient voices. As if responding to Mimir's words, the humming shifted in tone and pattern. The rain intensified outside the grove's protective canopy, but within the clearing, it fell as a gentle mist that seemed to dance in patterns corresponding to the tree's song. Atres turned slowly, taking in each of the 12 sentinel trees. "Are they talking about us?" "Indeed," Mimir replied. "They feel your presence, curious about visitors in their sacred circle." "Can they understand us?" Atres asked, his face alight with wonder. "Not your words precisely, but they sense intention and emotion." The Vanir would communicate through music, playing instruments in response to the tree's melodies. Atres's hand moved instinctively to the small wooden whistle he carried, a gift from Freya during more amicable times, crafted from a branch of Yggdrasil itself. "Maybe I could try." Kratos said nothing but nodded once, giving his permission while maintaining his watchful stance at the edge of the clearing. With careful reverence, Atreus raised the whistle to his lips and played a simple 3-note melody that echoed the tree's humming. The sound hung in the misty air for a moment before the grove responded. The humming shifted, matching Atreus's notes, before adding a complementary phrase. "They heard me," Atreus exclaimed softly, his excitement palpable. "Try again, lad," Mimir encouraged, "but listen carefully first. They're offering something." Atreus closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the melodic patterns flowing around them. After a moment, he played again, a longer sequence that mimicked the tree's song more precisely. This time, the response was immediate and expansive, as though all 12 trees had joined in a chorus. The effect was astonishing. The mist in the clearing began to swirl in geometric patterns, catching the diffused light that penetrated the canopy and creating shimmering, prismatic displays. More striking, the intricate patterns on the tree's bark began to glow softly with bioluminescence, similar to what they had witnessed in the living maze. "Look, father," Atreus pointed as images began to form in the swirling mist, ghostly shapes that coalesced into scenes from a distant past. They watched as the mist portrayed ancient Vanir walking among these same trees, though much younger and smaller. The silent figures carried instruments, drums, flutes, and string devices unknown to either Kratos or Atreus, which they played in clear response to the tree's melodies. "The trees are showing us their memories," Mimir observed with awe. "Very few have been granted such a privilege." The misty visions continued, showing the passage of centuries in moments. The trees growing, the Vanir establishing their civilization around the sacred grove, learning from its wisdom. Peaceful scenes of healing rituals, celebrations of harvest, and quiet meditations among the roots played out before them. "They've seen so much," Atreus whispered. "All this time, just watching and growing." Kratos, who had been observing silently, finally spoke. "They endure, like mountains, like oceans." Something in his voice suggested unexpected respect for these ancient, peaceful beings. As the visions faded, the storm outside the grove intensified. Lightning flashed more frequently and thunder crashed overhead, though the sound seemed muffled within their protected sanctuary. Atreus played his whistle again, this time creating a questioning melody. The tree's response came as a shift in their humming, and one tree, the largest of the 12, directly opposite their entrance point, began to resonate more prominently than the others. Its bark patterns glowed brighter, and the massive roots at its base began to shift, revealing an opening large enough for even Kratos to enter comfortably. Warm, golden light emanated from within. "I believe you've been offered shelter, lad," Mimir said. "The mother tree is inviting you inside. Inside a tree." Atreus looked at his father, eyes wide with wonder and question. Kratos approached cautiously, examining the opening with practiced wariness before nodding. "It appears safe, and the storm grows worse." Together, they approached the massive tree and ducked through the opening between its roots. What they found inside defied expectations. Rather than a cramped hollow, they entered a surprisingly spacious chamber within the living tree. The walls formed from the inner layers of wood and root curved gracefully upward, creating a dome-like space perhaps 15 feet across. The floor was covered with soft moss that glowed with gentle bioluminescence throughout. Most remarkable was the interior surface of the tree itself. The inner bark was etched with thousands of symbols and patterns that pulsed with soft light, in rhythm with the humming that now surrounded them completely. "Extraordinary," Mimir breathed, as Kratos placed him on a natural shelf formed by an inward-growing root. "I've heard tales of the Mother Tree's sanctuary, but never expected to see it with my own eyes. Or what remains of them." Atreus touched the wall reverently, tracing some of the glowing symbols with his finger. "What are these markings?" "The written language of the forest," Mimir explained. "Not meant for parchment or stone, but for living wood. The Vanir would read these patterns to understand the deepest wisdom of nature." "Can you read them?" Atreus asked eagerly. Mimir chuckled. "Only fragments, lad. It would take lifetimes to comprehend even a portion of what's recorded here." Outside, the storm had grown to full fury. They could hear the wind howling and rain pouring in torrents, yet within their wooden sanctuary, all remained peaceful and dry. The humming of the trees continued, but now it felt more like a lullaby than a conversation. Gentle, soothing, almost hypnotic in its rhythmic patterns. Kratos settled himself near the entrance, his back against the curved wall, while Atreus explored the chamber with boundless curiosity. The boy moved from one section of symbols to another, occasionally playing notes on his whistle that seemed to make certain patterns glow more brightly. "The tree responds to your music, boy," Kratos observed. "It's like they're teaching me," Atreus replied, his voice filled with wonder. "Each time I play, they show me something new." As if to demonstrate, he played a sequence of notes, and a section of the wall illuminated in response. The glowing patterns formed what appeared to be a map, recognizable as Vanaheim, though showing features and landmarks unfamiliar to them. Ancient Vanaheim, Mimir identified, before the Aesir-Vanir War, when this realm was still whole and unmarred by conflict. Atreus studied the map with fascination. Were there always talking trees? Or did the Vanir create them somehow? "Neither, lad," Mimir answered. "The trees were here long before even the Vanir. It was the Vanir who learned to listen, not the trees who learned to speak. A crucial difference in understanding." This insight seemed to resonate with Atreus, who nodded thoughtfully before continuing his exploration of the chamber. As he moved around the perimeter, his whistle occasionally producing new notes that elicited different patterns of illumination. Here, in this peaceful sanctuary, surrounded by ancient living knowledge, Atreus seemed most fully himself. Curious, respectful, eager to learn. The boy's natural affinity for languages and communication extended, it seemed, even to the subtle language of these ancient beings. The storm continued to rage outside, but within the Mother Tree's protection, time seemed to flow differently. The gentle humming created an atmosphere of tranquility that even Kratos found himself responding to, his perpetual vigilance softening slightly as he observed his son's interactions with their unusual host. After what might have been hours or merely moments, the timeless quality of the chamber made it difficult to judge. Atreus returned to sit beside his father, his exploration temporarily satisfied. "The trees have been here since the beginning," he said thoughtfully. "They've watched gods rise and fall, realms form and change, and all they do is grow and sing." "A simple purpose," Kratos acknowledged, "yet not without wisdom. Do you think that's why the Vanir are so different from the Aesir?" Atreus asked. "Because they learn from trees instead of trying to conquer everything?" Kratos considered the question with surprising seriousness. "Perhaps. The Vanir understand harmony and growth. The Aesir know only domination and war." He paused, his scarred features momentarily softening. "There is strength in both paths, but wisdom in only one." The observation seemed to please Mimir, who had been listening from his perch. "Well said, brother. The Vanir's connection to these ancient beings shaped their entire civilization. Their magic, their values, even their concept of time itself. As they conversed, the humming around them shifted subtly, becoming more complex, almost like interweaving melodies of different voices joining in harmony. The effect was mesmerizing, creating a sound that seemed to embrace them completely. "They're singing to us," Atreus realized, closing his eyes to listen more intently. "Not just talking anymore, it's like a gift." Even Kratos could feel the difference. The melodic patterns seemed to resonate not just in his ears but throughout his body, bringing an unusual sense of peace that his battle-hardened spirit rarely experienced. "A sleep song," Mimir identified softly. "The trees offer rest to weary travelers. It's considered one of their greatest blessings. Sleep protected by the oldest consciousness in the realms." Atreus yawned, the mesmerizing effect of the tree's lullaby clearly taking hold. "Is it safe to sleep here, father?" Kratos, who normally would insist on maintaining watch, found himself unusually certain of their security within this ancient sanctuary. "Yes," he answered simply. "Rest, boy. The storm will pass." As if responding to his words, the moss beneath them grew softer and expanded slightly, creating natural bedding perfectly sized for both of them. The bioluminescence dimmed to a gentle glow, just enough to keep total darkness at bay without disturbing rest. Atreus settled onto the moss, his eyelids already growing heavy as the tree's lullaby continued its gentle influence. "I wish we could understand everything they're saying," he murmured sleepily. "Some knowledge comes only with time, lad," Mimir replied, his own voice growing softer. "Even I, with all my years, am but a child to these ancient ones." Kratos, seated nearby, watched as his son drifted towards sleep, protected by living guardians older than the gods themselves. Though he had encountered countless magical beings throughout his violent life, these peaceful sentinels offered something rare. Sanctuary without price, wisdom without demand, protection without servitude. As Atreus's breathing deepened into sleep, Kratos found himself listening more intently to the complex melodies surrounding them. Without his conscious intention, his hand began to tap gently against his knee, matching the rhythm of the tree's song. The simple act of participation, however slight, seemed to deepen the connection, and the patterns on the walls pulsed in response. "They recognize you too, brother," Mimir observed quietly, "not just as the boy's protector, but as yourself, a being who has experienced much change, much growth." not unlike themselves, though on a different scale. Kratos made no reply, but he did not reject the observation either. After a lifetime of destruction, of being feared by all he encountered, this simple acceptance by ancient, peaceful beings stirred something unfamiliar within him, something he was not yet ready to name. The storm outside continued through the night, but within their sanctuary all remained peaceful. The tree's lullaby never ceased, though it shifted and evolved in subtle ways, telling stories without words, sharing wisdom without instruction. At some point, even Kratos allowed his eyes to close, not to sleep fully, his warrior's instincts would never permit that, but to rest in a state between wakefulness and dreams, cradled in melodies older than the gods. Morning arrived with gentle transition, the tree's humming gradually shifting from its nighttime lullaby to more vibrant tones that mimicked the dawn chorus of birds outside. The storm had passed during the night, leaving the forest refreshed and renewed. Atreus woke slowly, stretching on his moss bed before sitting up with sudden remembrance of their extraordinary shelter. "We slept inside a talking tree," he said, with quiet amazement, as though reassuring himself that it hadn't been merely a dream. "Indeed you did," Mimir confirmed, already awake and observing from his root perch, "and rarely have I seen either of you rest so peacefully." Kratos, already on his feet and checking their gear, made no comment on his own unusual surrender to rest. Instead, he gestured toward the entrance, where the massive roots had shifted again, opening wider to reveal the fresh morning forest beyond. "Our host suggests it's time to continue our journey," he stated. Atreus nodded, though reluctance showed clearly on his face. "I wish we could stay longer. There's so much more they could teach us." "Some lessons cannot be rushed, boy," Kratos replied. "Perhaps we will return when our current path is complete." This possibility brightened Atreus' expression as he gathered his few belongings and carefully tucked his whistle into his belt pouch. Before leaving, he placed his hand against the interior wall of the mother tree, closing his eyes, as though in silent communication. "Thank you," he said simply, addressing the ancient being that had sheltered them. In response, the patterns around his hand glowed brightly, and a small section of the inner bark detached itself, falling gently into his palm. It was a piece of wood about the size of a coin, with intricate patterns carved into its surface that continued to emit a faint luminescence. "A token," Mimir explained with evident surprise. "The trees rarely give pieces of themselves, even small ones. That's quite an honor, lad." Atreus examined the wooden token with reverence. "What does it mean?" "It's a key of sorts," Mimir said. "Should you ever wish to return to this grove, that token will guide you and ensure you're recognized as friend rather than intruder." The boy tucked the precious gift securely in his pouch beside the whistle, clearly touched by the gesture. "We should bring something for Freya when we come back. She'd understand this place better than anyone." Kratos made no comment on this reconciliatory suggestion, but his lack of outright rejection suggested the peaceful influence of the grove might have softened even his unyielding stance toward the Vanir goddess. With Mimir secured once more at Kratos' belt, they stepped out of the mother tree's sanctuary and into the sunlit clearing. The forest around them looked transformed in the morning light. Raindrops still clung to leaves and branches, catching the sun and scattering rainbow prisms throughout the grove. The air felt cleansed and vibrant, carrying the scent of wet earth and growing things. The humming of the trees continued, though with different quality than before, brighter, more energetic, like a farewell chorus seeing them on their way. As they crossed the clearing, Atreus played a brief melody on his whistle, a simple gesture of gratitude and farewell. The trees responded immediately, their combined songs swelling in what even Kratos could recognize as appreciation. The sound followed them as they left the clearing, gradually fading as they moved deeper into the forest, though never disappearing entirely while they remained within the elder woods. "Do you think they sing all the time?" Atreus asked as they walked, occasionally turning his head to listen to the distant melodies behind them, even when no one is there to hear them. "Aye, lad," Mimir answered, as the old riddle asks, "Does a tree in the forest make a sound when no one is present?" These ancients most certainly do. They sang before the first Vanir learned to listen, and they'll continue long after. "Like the universe itself," Kratos added unexpectedly, drawing surprised glances from both his companions. "It does not exist for our witness. We are merely passing shadows in its eternal cycle." This philosophical observation from the normally taciturn Spartan suggested the tree's influence had reached even him, in ways neither Atreus nor Mimir had anticipated. They walked in thoughtful silence for some time, following a natural path that seemed to form itself before them, branches lifting, undergrowth parting slightly, as though the entire forest acknowledged their passage and offered safe travel. "Father," Atreus said eventually, "do you think there are other places like that, where magic isn't dangerous or trying to kill us?" Kratos considered the question with unexpected seriousness. "The 9 realms contain much we have not seen. Not all power seeks dominion or destruction." "The lad asks a fair question," Mimir added. "You two have seen more than your share of the realm's dangers, but yes, there exist places of wonder and beauty where ancient magics serve purposes other than war and conquest. The living maze we visited yesterday, this elder grove, they represent a different kind of power. Freya's magic was like that once," Edris observed quietly, "before everything happened." Kratos' expression darkened slightly at the mention of the Vanir goddess, but he did not dismiss his son's observation. Perhaps her connection to growth and nature came before her thirst for vengeance. The trees might remember her that way, Atreus suggested, from before, when she was still the protector of these forests. This perspective, seeing Freya through the ancient, timeless viewpoint of the elder trees, seemed to give even Kratos pause. The trees had witnessed centuries of change, had seen gods rise and fall, had observed the cycle of growth, destruction, and renewal without judgment. Their path gradually led them back toward more familiar territory. The humming of the elder grove had faded completely now, replaced by ordinary forest sounds. Birds calling, small creatures moving through underbrush, the gentle rustle of wind through leaves. Yet something of the tree's music seemed to have lodged within them, particularly Atreus, who occasionally hummed fragments of the melodies as they walked. By midday they had reached a ridge overlooking the path that would take them back to Freya's dwelling, where they could deliver the twilight bloom petals they had collected from the living maze. The journey that had begun as a simple errand had transformed into something more significant, an encounter with ancient, peaceful magic that had affected them both in subtle ways. "We've learned much on this journey," Kratos observed as they paused at the overlook, "though not what we expected to learn." Atreus nodded, his hand touching the pouch where both the healing petals and the mother tree's token rested side by side. "Sometimes the best lessons come when we're not looking for them," he said, unconsciously echoing wisdom he might have gleaned from the tree's songs. Mimir chuckled appreciatively. "Well said, lad. Perhaps that's the greatest gift of the Elder Grove, reminding us that wisdom often comes in unexpected forms, if only we're patient enough to listen." Kratos surveyed the path ahead, mentally calculating the remaining journey to complete their task for Freya. Yet his usual urgency seemed tempered, as though the tree's ancient perspective had momentarily adjusted his sense of time and priority. We will reach Freya by nightfall, he decided. No need to rush through these woods. This concession to a more measured pace, coming from one who typically drove forward with singular focus, was perhaps the most tangible evidence of how their encounter with the Elder Trees had affected even the god of war. As they descended the ridge and continued their journey, Atreus took out his whistle and played a brief melody, an echo of the trees' songs carried now into the wider world. The notes hung in the air around them, momentarily transforming the ordinary forest into something more magical, a reminder of the ancient harmony they had briefly shared. The trees taught the Vanir, Artius reflected as they walked, and the Vanir taught the land. Maybe that's why Vanaheim feels different from other realms. It remembers the songs. Kratos, walking slightly ahead, did not turn but inclined his head in what might have been acknowledgement. Some wisdom survives even gods and wars, he said quietly, almost to himself. Perhaps that is as it should be. The sun continued its arc across the sky as they journeyed onward, carrying with them not just the healing petals they had sought, but something less tangible. The memory of ancient songs, the experience of magic that created rather than destroyed, and the rare gift of peaceful rest in a world too often defined by conflict. Behind them, in the heart of Vanaheim's deepest forest, the Elder Grove continued its eternal chorus, patient, enduring, bearing witness to the endless cycle of worlds and gods and travelers who came to listen, learn, and continue on their way, changed in ways both subtle and profound by the simple wisdom of the talking trees. As Kratos and Atreus made their way through the forests of Vanaheim with the twilight bloom petals secured safely in their possession, the afternoon light began to soften. They had traveled several miles from the Elder Grove. The trees' melodic humming long faded into memory, replaced by the more common sounds of the forest. "We're making good progress," Atreus observed, consulting the crude map Freya had provided. "But it looks like we'll need to cross through this area to reach her dwelling before nightfall." He pointed to a section of the map marked with faded wavy lines and ancient Vanir symbols. Mimir peered at the markings from his position at Kratos' belt. "Ah, that would be the Twilight Bog, lad. Not the most pleasant route, but certainly the most direct." "A bog?" Atreus asked, his expression curious rather than concerned. "Is it dangerous?" "Not in the way you might expect," Mimir replied thoughtfully. "No Draugr or trolls make their home there. The bog is peculiar. The Vanir consider it a place of transition, neither land nor water, neither day nor night." Kratos surveyed the path ahead, where the dense forest began to thin, giving way to a gradual slope that descended into lowlands. Even from this distance, they could see the first tendrils of mist rising from what appeared to be marshy ground. "We have crossed many bogs before," Kratos stated matter-of-factly. "Aye, but not quite like this one," Mimir cautioned. "The Twilight Bog exists in a state of perpetual dusk, regardless of the hour. The mists there, they have unusual properties. They show travelers what might be rather than what is." Mitchell's eyes widened with interest. "You mean visions? Like what the Elder Trees showed us?" "Similar yet different," Mimir explained. "The trees showed memories, what was. The bog mists reveal possibilities, what could be. Some find it disorienting, others enlightening." Kratos grunted, unimpressed by yet another magical obstacle. "We have a task to complete. Bog or no bog, we proceed." As they continued forward, the forest gradually gave way to scattered trees that stood like sentinels at the edge of the misty lowlands. The ground beneath their feet became softer, spongier, and the quality of light changed subtly. Warmer, more golden, despite the fact that the sun still stood well above the horizon. Atreus paused at the boundary where solid ground surrendered to the first patches of marsh, his hand unconsciously touching the wooden token from the mother tree in his pouch. "I can feel it already," he said quietly. "It's like the air itself is different here." Kratos too sensed the change, a heaviness in the atmosphere, a blurring of boundaries between what was clearly seen and what was merely glimpsed. The mists ahead swirled in patterns too deliberate to be formed by mere chance, creating doorways and pathways that appeared and disappeared in the golden haze. "Stay close, boy," Kratos said, adjusting his axe and preparing to step into the bog. "We have safe passage to find." As father and son ventured into the first tendrils of mist, the golden light enveloped them like a physical presence, and the solid world behind began to fade from view. The twilight bog welcomed them into its mysterious domain, where time flowed differently, and reality itself seemed to bend and flow like the mists that gave it its name. What visions awaited them in this place of perpetual dusk, this realm of what might be? Only by journeying deeper would they discover the wisdom, or warnings, the Twilight Bog had to offer. The legends of Vanaheim spoke of many wonders: verdant forests where seasons existed in perfect balance, meadows where flowers bloomed with magical properties, mountains where the very stone contained ancient wisdom. Yet, among these marvels, few were as mysterious or as misunderstood as the Twilight Bog. Unlike the fetid swamps of Helheim or the volcanic marshes that bordered Muspelheim's outer regions, this lowland expanse dwelled in perpetual dusk, its boundaries shifting with the ethereal mists that rose from its depth. Most travelers avoided the bog, preferring the more defined paths that connected Vanaheim's settlements. Stories told of wanderers who entered the misty expanse and emerged changed, not harmed physically, but altered in spirit, as if they had witnessed truths too profound for ordinary words. Some claimed the bog's vapors contained healing properties that mended not wounds of the flesh, but fractures of memory and spirit. Others whispered of visions, glimpses of past and future intertwined, revealed in the swirling mists to those who ventured along its hidden paths. It was these rumors that had caught Atreus' attention as they passed through a small Vanir settlement on their continuing journey. Always eager for knowledge that might expand his understanding of the Nine Realms, the boy had listened intently to an elderly herbalist's tales of the bog's revelatory mists. When he suggested a detour to explore this phenomenon, Kratos had initially dismissed the idea as unnecessary distraction from their path. Yet something in the herbalist's description of memories, revealed and spirits calmed, had resonated with the god of war in ways he would not readily admit. "The bog is not a place of battle or glory," the old Vanir had told them, noting Kratos' skeptical expression. "It offers no trophies to collect, no enemies to vanquish. It simply reveals. What you find there depends entirely on what you carry within." She had fixed Kratos with a knowing gaze then. Some warriors fear such revelation more than any physical opponent. Whether it was this implicit challenge or his growing willingness to honor Atreus' curiosity about the realms, Kratos had eventually agreed to the detour, a decision that had led them here, to the bog's misty perimeter, as Vanaheim's eternal twilight deepened toward its nighttime phase. "It's beautiful," Atreus breathed as they reached the first of the wooden walkways that extended into the fog-shrouded expanse. Unlike the crude log bridges they had encountered in other swampy regions, these pathways showed evidence of careful craftsmanship. Smooth planks fitted together with precision, supported by stilts that disappeared into the dark water below. Most striking were the lanterns that lined the route, suspended from carved posts at regular intervals. Each contained what appeared to be ordinary flame, yet the light they cast held an unusual quality. Not the warm amber of typical fire, but a soft lilac radiance that seemed to both illuminate and harmonize with the mist surrounding them. Kratos surveyed the scene with habitual tactical assessment. The visibility was limited, perhaps 30 paces ahead before the walkway disappeared into thicker fog. The mist itself moved with unnatural patterns, occasionally forming swirling eddies or vertical columns before dissipating again. Most notable was the unusual quiet. Most swamps teemed with sound, insects buzzing, frogs calling, birds hunting among the reeds. Here, sound seemed dampened, creating a hushed atmosphere that encouraged lowered voices and careful movement. "Stay close," Kratos instructed, his deep voice appropriately subdued in this environment. "The walkway appears solid, but test each section before committing your weight." Atreus nodded, balancing his natural enthusiasm with appropriate caution as they began their trek into the bog proper. As they advanced along the wooden path, the mist gradually thickened around them, creating the curious sensation of both openness and enclosure simultaneously. Visibility remained consistent thanks to the lanterns, each coming into view as they approached and fading behind them as they continued forward. The soft lilac light created an environment unlike any they had previously encountered in their extensive travels, neither threatening nor entirely welcoming, but rather existing in a neutral state that seemed to wait for their own perceptions to define it. "Look, father." Atreus pointed toward the water alongside their path, where tiny points of light had begun to appear. At first glance, they might have been mistaken for reflections of the lanterns, but their movement revealed them as living creatures, fireflies and glowworms emerging with the deepening twilight, adding their gentle illumination to the otherworldly scene. As they continued deeper into the bog, these natural light sources increased in number, creating constellations of gentle radiance among the reeds and floating vegetation. Some gathered in spiraling patterns that seemed almost deliberate, while others drifted individually, creating momentary paths of light before dispersing again. The effect was mesmerizing, subtle enough to avoid distraction, but intricate enough to reward careful observation. The old herbalist mentioned markers, Adrius recalled, consulting his mental notes from their conversation in the settlement. She said the fireflies sometimes gather around places where the mist is different, more potent, I think she said. Kratos made a non-committal sound in response, but his awareness heightened, noting the increasing density of both mist and floating lights around a section of the walkway that branched from their current path. This divergent route appeared slightly narrower than the main boardwalk, but equally well maintained, with its own series of lilac lanterns extending into the fog. "Do you feel that?" Atreus asked quietly as they paused at this junction. "The air seems thicker here, but not in a bad way." He inhaled slowly, testing the sensation. "It smells like... I'm not sure. Something familiar, but I can't quite place it." Kratos had indeed noticed the change, a subtle shift in the mist's consistency, and an unusual fragrance that triggered distant recognition. Unlike the musty dampness typical of swamplands, this scent carried notes of herbs and wood smoke, with underlying tones that stirred fragments of memory without fully revealing their source. We will follow this path, he decided after considering their options carefully. The branch they had chosen curved gently through a section of the bog where the reeds grew taller, creating the impression of walking through a corridor with shifting walls. The mist here had developed a curious quality, occasionally forming shapes that seemed almost deliberate before dissolving back into formless vapor. Atreus watched these manifestations with fascination, attempting to discern patterns or meanings in their ephemeral appearances. "I think they're responding to us," he suggested after several minutes of observation. "Watch. They seem to change when we speak or move differently." Kratos had noticed this apparent reactivity as well, though his assessment remained cautious. Throughout their journeys, they had encountered numerous phenomena that seemed to respond to consciousness, some benign, others decidedly hostile. This mist displayed none of the threatening characteristics they had learned to identify, yet its unusual behavior warranted continued vigilance. Their path eventually opened into a small clearing where the boardwalk widened to form a circular platform. Unlike the straight sections of their route, this area featured a more elaborate arrangement of lanterns, multiple lights suspended at varying heights, creating layers of the soft lilac illumination that seemed to interact with the mist in complex ways. At the center of this platform stood a simple structure resembling a small altar or table, crafted from the same wood as the walkway but showing evidence of greater age and weathering. This must be one of the places the herbalist mentioned, Atreus surmised, approaching the central structure with appropriate caution. She called them still points, places where travelers can rest and experience the bog's revelations more clearly. The circular platform indeed seemed designed for exactly this purpose, a place to pause rather than merely pass through. The arrangement of lanterns created surprisingly effective illumination despite the thickening mist, while the platform's slight elevation above the surrounding water offered improved visibility of the bog's unusual beauty. Fireflies gathered in greater concentration here, their gentle lights creating moving patterns that complemented the lantern's steadier glow. "I think we're supposed to sit," Atreus suggested, noting carved sections around the platform's perimeter that appeared designed for exactly this purpose. The herbalist said something about stillness making the visions clearer. Kratos considered this recommendation with his usual thorough assessment of potential risks. Finding nothing of immediate concern beyond the ongoing need for vigilance in any unfamiliar environment, he nodded once. "We will rest here briefly." They settled on opposite sides of the central structure, positions that allowed both to observe their surroundings while maintaining clear sight of each other despite the mist. As they adjusted to this stillness after hours of travel, the bog's subtle sounds became more apparent. The gentle lapping of water against the platform's supports, distant calls of nocturnal birds, the barely perceptible hum that seemed to emanate from the mist itself. "It's so peaceful here," Atreus observed quietly, his usual energetic curiosity tempered by the environment's serene quality. "Not like most of the places we've been." Kratos made no verbal response, but his posture revealed marginal relaxation, the slight easing of shoulders perpetually tensed for combat, hands resting open rather than positioned for immediate weapon retrieval. While his vigilance never fully abated, he allowed himself this small acknowledgement of the location's unusual tranquility. As they sat in this relative stillness, the mist around the platform began to change in subtle but noticeable ways. The swirling patterns developed greater definition, occasionally forming shapes that lingered momentarily before dissolving back into formlessness. Most curious was how these manifestations seemed different depending on where one's attention focused, as if the fog responded not just to physical presence, but to the direction and quality of consciousness observing it. Atreus was first to notice another change, a gradual shift in the mist's coloration near where he sat. The standard white-grey vapor had developed subtle amber undertones that reminded him of firelight seen through winter frost. As this colored mist thickened, it began to coalesce into more persistent forms, still undefined, but holding shape longer before dispersing. "Father," he said softly, "I think it's beginning." The visions the herbalist described. Kratos had observed similar changes in the mist nearest to his position, though with different coloration, deeper blues and greys that stirred recognition in ways he could not immediately identify. He maintained silent vigilance as these manifestations continued their development, neither encouraging nor resisting whatever revelations the bog might offer. For Atreus, the first coherent vision emerged gradually, the amber-tinted mist forming into a scene that appeared both within and around him simultaneously, as if memory had been given external form without losing its internal quality. He found himself witnessing a moment from years earlier, his mother demonstrating how to string a bow, her hands guiding his smaller ones through the precise motions required. The memory carried unusual clarity, revealing details he had forgotten or never consciously registered. The particular way sunlight had filtered through their cabin window, the specific herbs hanging from the rafters that day, the pattern of stitching on Faye's sleeve as she moved. "I can see Mother," he whispered, though uncertain whether Kratos could hear him through the mist that now seemed to create a space uniquely his own. "Teaching me to string my bow for the first time. I can see it so clearly, even parts I didn't remember until now." Across the platform, Kratos experienced his own revelation, though not one he would have chosen. The blue-grey mist around him had formed into a twilight scene from his distant past, a quiet moment on the outskirts of Sparta before the madness, before the chains. He watched himself sitting with his brother Deimos on a hillside overlooking the city, planning their futures as warriors with the innocent certainty of youth. The memory carried the particular ache of moments that preceded catastrophe, joy untouched by knowledge of the suffering that would follow. Neither spoke as these personal visions continued to unfold around them, each lost in revelations that seemed calibrated to their individual journeys. The bog's mist appeared to possess remarkable selectivity, revealing memories that carried emotional significance rather than merely reconstructing chronological events. For Atreus, scenes of his mother predominated, moments of teaching, quiet evenings by their hearth, the subtle expressions that conveyed her love without words. For Kratos, the visions ranged more widely across his lengthy existence, fragments from Sparta, glimpses of his time in Midgard before Atreus's birth, moments of rare peace extracted from a life defined primarily by conflict. What proved most remarkable about these revelations was their gentle quality. Unlike the harsh flashbacks that sometimes plagued Kratos in dreams, or the painful absences Atreus felt when trying to recall his mother's face, these mist-formed memories carried a sense of distance that allowed engagement without overwhelming emotion. They could be witnessed, acknowledged, even explored without being consumed by the feelings they contained. Time passed differently within these personalized revelations, minutes stretching to accommodate experiences that might have spanned hours in ordinary perception. Yet eventually, the visions began to shift in a way that suggested another phase of the bog's influence. The mist that had initially separated father and son into individual experiential spaces now began to merge in the center of the platform, creating a shared area where their distinct memory fog intermingled. In this combined space, new visions formed, moments they had experienced together during their journey. their first successful hunt as a team, the quiet evening after Atreus had recovered from serious illness, a rare moment of shared appreciation for Midgard's beauty, witnessed from a mountain summit. These memories appeared with the same enhanced clarity as their individual visions, yet now they could observe them from each other's perspectives simultaneously, experiencing not just the event itself, but how it had been perceived differently by each of them. "Father," Atreus said softly as they witnessed one particular scene, a quiet moment by a campfire where Kratos had unexpectedly shared a brief story from his youth. "I didn't realize. I thought you were just telling me about Sparta, but you were trying to answer my question from earlier that day. I'd forgotten I even asked it." Kratos nodded once, his own understanding similarly expanded by this shared revelation. "Your expression, it meant more to you than I recognized." This exchange represented the essence of what the bog's mists offered, not merely recollection but deepened understanding, the opportunity to revisit shared experiences with expanded awareness of their significance. As they continued witnessing these mutual memories, both father and son gained insights into their relationship that had remained partially obscured by the limitations of individual perspective. Eventually, the shared visions began to dissipate, the mist gradually returning to its more uniform state. The lantern's light seemed to intensify as this happened, as if compensating for the fading illumination of memory. Fireflies that had gathered densely around the platform during this revelatory period now dispersed somewhat, returning to their more scattered patterns among the surrounding reeds. "It's fading," Atreus noted with a hint of reluctance. The experience had been profound without being overwhelming, exactly the kind of revelation he had hoped to find in this mysterious place. As the mist returned to its normal consistency, a subtle change in their surroundings drew their attention. A new light had appeared along one of the boardwalks extending from their platform. Not the lilac glow of the fixed lanterns, but a warmer yellow-white radiance that suggested a different source entirely. As they watched, this light resolved into a more defined form, a lantern carried by a figure approaching along the path. "Someone comes," Kratos observed, his posture shifting subtly toward readiness without projecting overt threat. Throughout their extensive travels, encounters with realm inhabitants had proven unpredictable, ranging from helpful to hostile, with numerous variations between. The approaching figure soon revealed itself to be an elderly woman moving with the careful deliberation of advanced age, yet displaying none of the frailty such years might suggest. Her clothing marked her as Vanir, sleighs of fabric in colors that harmonized with the bog's palette, adorned with embroidery depicting local flora. Most notable was the staff she carried, a gnarled length of wood that appeared to have grown naturally into its current form rather than being carved, topped with a lantern whose distinctive light had announced her approach. Visitors to the Twilight Bog, she greeted them as she reached the platform's edge. Her voice carried the slight rasp of age, but retained clear strength and clarity. Rare enough these days. Rarer still those who discover a still point without guidance. Kratos remained silent, allowing Atreus to respond, as had become their pattern in such encounters. The boy had developed considerable skill in these initial exchanges, balancing respectful acknowledgement with appropriate caution. "We heard about this place in the settlement to the west," Atreus explained. "An herbalist there told us about the mists and the visions they show." The elderly Vanir smiled slightly at this. "Ah, that would be Kelda. Always sending travelers my way, though few actually make the journey." She studied them with evident interest, her gaze lingering on Kratos with an expression that suggested recognition of some kind. I am Aisling. The bog has been my home for more seasons than most remember. You live out here? Beatrice asked, unable to contain his curiosity. In the mist. Indeed, Aisling confirmed. My dwelling stands a short distance from here, one of several I maintain throughout the bog's expanse. The mists become familiar once you learn their patterns. She gestured toward the path from which she had emerged. If you wish, I can offer proper shelter for the night. The bog's revelations are best processed with warm food and dry surrounding. Kratos considered this invitation with characteristic thoroughness. While shelter held obvious practical appeal after a day of travel, accepting hospitality from strangers carried its own risks, particularly in a location with such unusual properties. Yet, his assessment of the elderly Vanir detected no evident threat, and the opportunity to learn more about this place and its effects warranted further investigation. We accept, he stated simply, rising to his full height. Lead on. Aisling nodded, seemingly unsurprised by his brevity. Follow closely. The paths shift somewhat as twilight deepens. She led them along a series of interconnected boardwalks that wound through increasingly dense sections of the bog. Despite her age, she moved with confident familiarity, occasionally pausing to point out features that might have gone unnoticed without guidance. Unusual plant species that thrived in the misty environment, particular configurations of light created by fireflies gathering in specific locations, subtle variations in the mist's consistency that indicated deeper areas of water below. After perhaps 20 minutes of travel, a structure emerged from the fog ahead, a dwelling built upon stilts that elevated it safely above the bog's surface. Unlike the utilitarian shelters they had encountered in other harsh environments, this home showed evidence of both practicality and aesthetic consideration. Its primary construction was sturdy timber, weatherproofed with natural resins and arranged to maximize stability in the soft ground below. Around this core framework, additional elements had been added that served both functional and decorative purposes. Covered sections for storing herbs and other gathered materials, platforms positioned to catch optimal light at different times of day, intricate lattice work that supported climbing plants with colorful blooms even in the eternal twilight. My primary dwelling, Aisling explained as they approached via a ramp that connected to the main boardwalk, though hardly my only one. The bog rewards those who maintain multiple perspectives. The interior of the stilted home proved as thoughtfully arranged as its exterior. A central hearth provided warmth and cooking facilities, its smoke channeled through a clever system that prevented downdrafts common in misty environments. Shelves lined most available wall space, holding countless containers of herbs, roots, and substances less easily identified. Work areas designated for specific tasks, preparation of medicines, binding of dried plants, creation of the special lanterns that illuminated the bog's pathways, occupied distinct sections of the open floor plan. Most welcoming after their day of travel was the seating area near the hearth, where comfortable chairs crafted from woven reeds and shaped wood offered rest for weary travelers. Aisling gestured toward these as she moved to prepare a simple meal, the practiced efficiency of her movements suggesting countless similar evenings spent tending to visitors. The bog showed you visions, she stated rather than asked as she worked. At the still point. That's why you remained there rather than continuing along the main path. Atreus glanced at his father, receiving a subtle nod of permission to discuss their experience. Yes, it showed us memories, some from before we knew each other, then some we shared together. Aisling nodded, as if this information confirmed something she had already suspected. The mist responds differently to each visitor. For some, it reveals forgotten joys. For others, regrets long suppressed. For those who travel together as you do. She paused, considering her words carefully. The shared visions suggest a journey of unusual significance. You have studied these effects, Kratos observed, his tone making the statement a question. For most of my life, Aisling confirmed, bringing them cups filled with a steaming liquid that carried the same herbal fragrance they had detected in certain sections of the bog. The mist's properties cannot be fully captured or contained, but they can be understood through patient observation. Different locations within the bog produce different types of revelation. The still point you discover tends toward memories of connection, particularly valuable for those whose relationships have been shaped by difficulty or loss. This assessment was accurate enough to suggest genuine insight, rather than merely generalized wisdom that might apply to any travelers. Something in Aisling's manner indicated knowledge obtained through careful study, rather than mystical intuition, a scientific approach to phenomena that others might dismiss as merely supernatural. The herbalist in the settlement mentioned healing properties, Atreus recalled, accepting the offered drink with appropriate caution, waiting until their hostess had taken a sip from her own cup before tasting it himself. The liquid proved surprisingly pleasant, warm and lightly sweet with complex herbal notes that seemed both stimulating and calming simultaneously. Indeed, Aisling acknowledged, settling into her own chair with the ease of one accustomed to lengthy discussions. Though not healing as most understand it, the mist doesn't mend broken bones or cure disease, at least not directly. Its effects focus on injuries less visible, but often more debilitating. Memories, Kratos suggested, demonstrating unexpected engagement with the topic. A's sharpened with interest at his participation. Precisely. Or, more accurately, our relationship to them. She gestured toward the mist, visible through the dwelling's windows. Most people carry wounds of experience that never fully heal, moments of loss, failure, betrayal. Not because these injuries are particularly severe, but because we cannot see them clearly. We remember imperfectly, emphasizing certain aspects while forgetting others, creating narratives that often intensify rather than resolve our pain. This description resonated with both travelers in different ways. For Kratos, whose existence had been defined by cycles of violence and retribution, the concept of memory as a reliable narrator was intimately familiar. For Atreus, still forming his understanding of his mother's absence and his complicated heritage, the idea offered perspective on why certain recollections carried disproportionate emotional weight. The bog's mist, Aisling continued, temporarily removes these distortions. It shows memories not as we have reconstructed them, but as they actually occurred, complete with contexts and details our minds typically filter out. This clearer perception allows wounds of experience to finally heal properly, much as physical injuries require thorough cleaning before they can mend. But how does it know which memories to show? Atreus asked, genuine curiosity overcoming his usual caution around strangers. There were specific moments I saw, not just random scenes from my past. An excellent question, Aisling approved, her manner suggesting appreciation for intellectual engagement. The mist responds to need rather than conscious desire. It reveals what will provide greatest clarity or resolution. Often memories we have actively avoided confronting, or details we have chosen to forget because they complicate our preferred narratives. As they continued their discussion over the simple but satisfying meal Aisling prepared, the elderly Vanir shared additional insights about the bog and its properties. She explained how different locations produced different types of revelatory experience, some focusing on personal memories, others revealing connections between seemingly unrelated events, still others offering clarity about choices and their consequences. Most interesting was her description of how the bog's effects varied based on the visitor's own nature and journey. Those who come seeking specific answers rarely find them, she noted, while those who arrive with genuine openness often receive exactly the insight they most require. The mist responds to intention, but not to demand, a principle that applies to most truly valuable knowledge in the realms. As the meal concluded and the conversation reached a natural pause, Aisling showed them to an adjacent section of her dwelling that had been prepared for guests. A simple but comfortable space with sleeping platforms and freshly woven reed mats that would provide adequate rest for the night. Before leaving them to their privacy, she offered one final observation. The visions you experience today are only the beginning of what the bog offers. Should you choose to explore further tomorrow, deeper revelations await, particularly in the areas where the mist shows colors beyond the usual spectrum. But such exploration should never be forced. She regarded them with keen assessment. Rest tonight. Your own instincts will guide whether further revelation serves your journey, or whether today's insights are sufficient for your current path. With these words, she left them to their preparations for sleep, the gentle sounds of the bog providing peaceful accompaniment to their evening routine. As they settled onto their respective platforms, Etrez broke the thoughtful silence that had fallen between them since Aisling's departure. Father, the memories I saw, they weren't just clearer than I remembered them. They showed me things I didn't notice before. Kratos made a sound of acknowledgement that encouraged continuation without interrupting his son's process of articulation. In one vision, when Mother was teaching me about tracking animals, I always remembered her showing me how to identify different prints. But in the mist memory, I could see she was actually teaching me something else, too. He paused, finding precise words for this revelation. She was preparing me for our journey together, for traveling with you. There were little things she said, ways she explained tracking that would help me understand your methods later. She knew. He didn't complete the thought, but the implication was clear. Faye had been preparing her son for the journey that would follow her death, not just through explicit training, but through countless subtle lessons embedded within ordinary activities. This recognition added new dimension to memories Atreus had treasured, but not fully understood. Your mother was wise, Crave stated, after allowing appropriate space for his son's realization. She saw paths others could not. This simple acknowledgement carried unusual weight coming from Kratos, whose comments about his late wife typically remained brief and guarded. Something in the bog's revelations had perhaps softened the protective barriers he maintained around such memories. Did you see things too? Andrews asked carefully, respecting his father's privacy while expressing genuine interest in his experience. Kratos was silent long enough that Atreus thought he might have chosen not to answer, a response his son had learned to accept without protest. But eventually he spoke, with measured consideration. I saw my brother, before everything changed, and later, moments from our journey that I did not fully understand at the time. Though characteristically brief, this sharing represented significant trust between them. Acknowledgement that their experiences in the bog, while individually distinct, deserved mutual recognition. Atreus accepted this offering with appropriate appreciation, understanding that further questions would likely remain unanswered tonight. I think I'd like to explore more tomorrow, he said instead, returning to Aisling's parting suggestion. If you think it's worthwhile, we will decide in the morning, Kratos replied, neither dismissing the possibility nor committing to it prematurely. Sleep now, The mist's effects require rest to fully integrate. As they settled into the quietness of the bog night, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures and the gentle lapping of water against the dwelling stilts created a soothing backdrop for sleep. Through the structure's windows, the ever-present mist caught and diffused the light of stars and Vanaheim's distant moons, creating an ethereal glow that shifted and swirled in patterns too subtle for waking minds to fully comprehend. Morning in the twilight bog brought no dramatic change in illumination. Vanaheim's eternal twilight merely shifted through subtle variations of intensity rather than transitioning to true daylight. Yet other signs marked the passage from night to day. Changes in the calls of native creatures, shifts in the mist's movement and density, alterations in the types of plants that opened their blooms to receive the realm's muted light. Aisling had already been active for some time when Kratos and Atreus emerged from their sleeping area, her morning routine evidently beginning well before her guests stirred. She had prepared a simple breakfast of local fruits preserved through methods uniquely adapted to the bog's environment, along with a warm beverage that carried the distinctive herbal notes they had come to associate with this unusual place. "You slept well?" she inquired, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. The bog's influence often brings unusually restful sleep, another of its healing properties. This observation proved accurate. Both travelers had experienced deeper and more rejuvenating rest than typical during their journey, without the disturbed dreams or alertness to potential threats that often interrupted their sleeping hours. Whether this resulted from the mist's properties, Aisling's herbal tea, or simply the location's unusual tranquility remained unclear, but the effect was undeniable. As they shared the morning meal, their hostess offered additional insights about the bog and its properties. Information provided without pressure but clearly intended to assist their decision about further exploration. She explained how different sections of the misty expanse produced different types of revelatory experience, each valuable for specific aspects of understanding or healing. "The still point you discovered yesterday tends toward memory and connection," she noted. "Other areas focus more on potential futures, or on understanding patterns across one's life journey, or on recognizing influences that have shaped decisions without conscious awareness." She regarded them thoughtfully. "What serves you best depends entirely on your current path and its purpose." This perspective reflected the wisdom they had come to appreciate in their dealings with Aisling. Her apparent ability to perceive significance without imposing interpretation, to offer guidance without directing choice. Unlike many they had encountered, who claimed knowledge of mystical matters, she presented information with the precision of a scholar rather than the obscurity of a mystic. "If we wished to explore further," Atreus began, glancing at his father to confirm this remained a shared decision rather than his alone, "which direction would you suggest?" Aisling considered this question with appropriate seriousness. "Based on what I observe of your journey together," she paused, selecting her words with evident care. "There is a section to the northeast where the mist develops unusual coloration, shifting through blues and greens not typically seen in the bog's normal vapors. The revelations there tend toward understanding one's current position within a larger pattern, seeing connections between past, present, and possible futures that might otherwise remain obscure." Kratos, who had been characteristically quiet during this exchange, posed an unexpected question. "These revelations, they show what must be, or what might be?" This query revealed deeper engagement with the concept than his previous reserve had suggested, perhaps indicating that his own experiences the previous day had prompted more significant reflection than his outward demeanor had indicated. Neither precisely, Aisling replied after thoughtful consideration. They reveal patterns rather than predictions, the currents that have shaped your journey thus far and continue to influence its direction. Like a skilled navigator reading water and wind to understand a ship's position, they offer awareness that improves choice rather than knowledge that eliminates it. This clarification seemed to satisfy whatever concern had prompted Kratos' question. After a moment of silent assessment, he nodded once. We will explore this area. If it proves valuable, we continue. If not, we return to our primary path. This decision made, Aisling provided specific guidance for reaching the section she had described, landmarks to watch for, particular configurations of boardwalks to follow, distinctive features of the mist itself that would indicate they had reached the appropriate location. She also offered practical advice about navigating the bog's more challenging aspects, from areas where the walkways required particular caution to sections where the mist's disorienting properties intensify. Maintain physical connection in the thickest sections, she advised as they prepared to depart. The mist sometimes separates travelers who journey together, leading each along slightly different paths without their awareness. A hand on shoulder or linked arms prevents this divergence. Equipped with her guidance and a small provision of the herbal tea she had prepared for their journey, they set out from her stilted dwelling as Vanaheim's twilight shifted toward its midday phase, the period of maximum illumination in this realm of perpetual dusk. The bog appeared subtly different in this light, revealing details that had remained obscured during their arrival the previous evening. Patterns of vegetation became more apparent, showing evidence of cultivation in certain areas rather than purely wild growth. The boardwalks themselves displayed more sophisticated engineering than initially apparent, with sections designed to adjust to shifting water levels and strategic reinforcements where greater stability was required. Following Aisling's directions, they traversed a series of interconnected pathways that led gradually northeast from her dwelling. As they progressed, the character of the bog underwent gradual transformation, reeds growing taller and more densely packed, water developing darker coloration that suggested increased depth, mist thickening in ways that occasionally obscured the path more than a few steps ahead. Yet Aisling's landmarks proved accurate, allowing them to navigate with confidence despite these challenging conditions. Approximately an hour into their journey, they began to notice the color changes she had described. Subtle at first, mere hints of blue and green within the standard grey-white vapor, but gradually intensifying as they continued along their chosen route. These colored sections moved differently than the surrounding mist, sometimes flowing against the prevalent currents or forming stable configurations that maintained their shape while normal fog swirled around them. This must be the place she meant, Atreus observed as they reached a section of boardwalk where these colorful vapors had become the dominant feature of the surrounding atmosphere. Unlike the still point platform they had discovered the previous day, this area featured no obvious central structure or designated resting place. Instead, the path itself widened slightly, with sections of railing that appeared designed for visitors to pause and observe the unusual phenomena around them. As they stopped to assess this location more thoroughly, the mist's behavior changed in response to their presence. The colored sections becoming more defined and beginning to form patterns that resembled the initial stages of the visions they had experienced at the still point. Yet these manifestations developed differently, creating not specific scenes from memory, but more abstract configurations that suggested relationships between elements of experience rather than specific moments. Elements of experience rather than specific moment. It's different, Atreus noted, watching these developing patterns with fascination. Not like yesterday's visions. These aren't showing things that happened, they're showing connections between things, Kratos observed these manifestations with greater receptivity than he might once have displayed towards such phenomena. His experiences the previous day had demonstrated the bog's revelations to be insightful rather than deceptive, worthy of consideration rather than immediate suspicion. Still, he maintained appropriate vigilance, noting how the colored mist behaved differently around each of them, gathering in unique configurations that suggested individualized revelations, despite their shared location. Maintain awareness, he instructed his son, though without the sharp edge of caution such situations would once have prompted. If the visions become disorienting, return focus to the physical path. Trius nodded, appreciating this balanced guidance that neither dismissed the value of their exploration nor abandoned necessary precaution. As they continued their observation of the unusual mist, the patterns around them developed increased coherence, the abstract configurations gradually resolving into visual representations that, while not photographic like the previous day's memories, carried clear symbolic meaning. For Atreus, these patterns formed into a complex weaving, threads of different colors and textures that represented various aspects of his journey thus far. Most prominent were three distinct strands: a golden thread that clearly symbolized his mother's influence, a deep red line representing his relationship with his father, and a blue-white strand that seemed to embody his developing understanding of his own nature and heritage. Most fascinating was how these primary threads did not exist in isolation but connected with countless smaller filaments, relationships with others they had encountered, experiences that had shaped his growth, knowledge acquired through both instruction and observation. "I can see everything connecting," he described, attempting to articulate the complex visualization forming around him. Not just events happening one after another, but how each thing influenced everything else. How Mother's teachings prepared me for our journey together. How things I learned from you changed how I understand what she taught me before. He traced a particular intersection of threads with careful attention, and there are patterns I didn't notice before. Things that seemed unrelated but actually connect to the same purpose, I guess. Kratos, meanwhile, experienced a different but complementary revelation. The mist around him had formed into something resembling a vast topographical map, a landscape viewed from above that represented not physical territory but the terrain of his extended existence. Deep canyons marked periods of profound loss and rage, while plateaus indicated times of relative stability. Most notable were the paths worn across this symbolic landscape, routes that at first appeared random, but gradually revealed underlying patterns, recurring cycles that had shaped his journey across centuries. What drew his particular attention was the most recent section of this metaphorical terrain, the period since Faye's death and the beginning of their journey to fulfill her final wishes. Here, the landscape showed subtle but significant transformation. Paths that had previously cycled through familiar patterns of isolation and conflict now traced new directions. Barriers that had appeared insurmountable were shown with passages through them. Most striking was a gradual but unmistakable shift in elevation, from the lowlands of rage and regret toward higher ground that offered expanded perspective and new possibilities. Neither spoke much as they continued absorbing these deeply personal revelations, each understanding that their experiences, while connected, remained distinct in important ways. The colored mist maintained this individualized quality, surrounding each of them with visions specifically calibrated to their own journey, while occasionally creating bridging patterns between them that highlighted their shared path. Unlike the previous day's memory visions, which had unfolded as largely passive observation, these revelatory patterns invited more active engagement. When Atreus focused attention on particular intersections of the symbolic threads around him, those sections expanded to reveal greater detail, showing nuances of connection he might otherwise have missed. Similarly, when Kratos directed his awareness towards specific regions of his metaphorical landscape, those areas provided enhanced information about patterns and possibilities previously unrecognized. "Father," Atreus said after a lengthy period of this silent exploration, "I can see how things might connect forward, not just what's already happened. It's not exactly showing the future, but possibilities? Paths that could develop if we continue in certain directions?" Kratos nodded, having noticed similar forward-projecting elements in his own vision. Potential rather than certainty, influenced by choice. This distinction proved crucial to their understanding of these revelations. Unlike prophecies that claim to show inevitable outcomes, these misformed patterns revealed how past and present created momentum toward particular futures, without eliminating the role of decision and intervention. They showed probability rather than predestination, tendencies rather than fixed outcomes. For both travelers, this aspect of the revelation proved particularly valuable. Atreus, still forming his understanding of the complex heritage and potential that defined his existence, gained insight into how his developing abilities and choices might influence paths available to him without being constrained to any single predetermined outcome. Kratos, whose extended life had been shaped by both external manipulation and his own cycle of rage and regret, recognized patterns that might otherwise have repeated without conscious awareness of their structure. As they continued this exploration, the colored mist occasionally formed bridges between their individual visions, creating shared symbolic spaces where their separate journeys visibly influenced each other. These intersections proved especially illuminating, showing how their individual paths had both supported and challenged one another in ways neither had fully recognized. Decisions made by one had altered possibilities available to the other, creating an evolving landscape of shared potential that neither controlled entirely, yet both influenced significantly. "I never realized how much my actions affected your path," Atreus observed during one such shared revelation. "When I learn something new or make a particular choice, it changes what becomes possible for both of us." "As my decisions influence your journey," Kratos acknowledged, "this mutual impact now visible in ways ordinary perception could not reveal. The paths intertwine." This recognition of their interconnected influence developed without dissolving the boundaries of individual agency, a balanced perspective that honored both their shared journey and their separate identities within it. The mist visions showed how their combined efforts created possibilities neither could access alone, while still respecting the distinct nature and purpose of each traveler. Unlike the previous day's memory revelations, which had gradually diminished as their observational period extended, these pattern visions maintained consistent clarity while evolving in content. New connections emerged as previous ones were recognized and integrated, creating an ongoing revelatory experience that responded to their developing understanding rather than simply presenting static information. Eventually, however, practical considerations intervened. The unusual mental engagement required to process these complex visualizations created natural fatigue, while Vanaheim's shifting light indicated the advancing day. By mutual, largely unspoken agreement, they gradually disengaged from the deepest levels of these revelations, allowing the colored mist to return to its more ambient patterns around them. "We should return," Kratos suggested once they had both fully reoriented to their physical surroundings. Though not one to typically acknowledge the impact of non-physical exertion, Even he recognized the mental fatigue that accompanied such intensive revelation. Process what we have witnessed before continuing our journey. Atreus nodded, understanding the wisdom in this approach. The insights they had gained required integration rather than immediate application, consideration of how these revealed patterns might inform their ongoing path without allowing them to become distractions from immediate necessities. Their return journey through the bog proceeded with greater familiarity, the paths now recognized rather than newly discovered. The mist maintained its unusual properties but no longer dominated their awareness as it had during the height of their revelatory experience. Instead, they noticed more practical aspects of their surroundings, the careful maintenance of the boardwalks, the subtle signs of tending in what had initially appeared to be completely wild vegetation, the evidence of others who utilized this mysterious environment for purposes similar to their own. Aisling was tending to her herb garden when they returned to her stilted dwelling, carefully harvesting specific plants that apparently reached their optimal properties during this particular phase of Vanaheim's twilight cycle. She acknowledged their return with a simple nod, allowing them space to process their experiences before engaging in discussion. Only later, as they shared another meal of local provision, prepared with her evident skill at working with the bog's unique resources, did she inquire about their exploration. "You found the colored mists?" she observed, her statement requiring no confirmation. "They revealed patterns rather than memories." "Yes," Atreus confirmed, still working to articulate the complex experience in conventional language. It showed how things connect, past events, current situations, possible futures. Not like seeing specific moments, but understanding how everything relates. Aisling nodded with evident familiarity. The pattern mists, some call them. Among the bog's most valuable offerings, though often more challenging to interpret than the memory revelations, they provide context rather than content, the framework within which individual experiences gain their true significance. The connections were unexpected, Kratos contributed, this engaged response indicating how significantly the revelation had impacted him, despite his characteristic reserve. Events separated by time showing similar patterns, choices creating echoes beyond their immediate consequences. Precisely their value, Aisling agreed. Most of us perceive our lives as isolated moments, discrete experiences connected only by chronological sequence. The pattern mists reveal the underlying structure that binds these seemingly separate events into coherent journey. This framing helped both travelers continue integrating what they had witnessed, providing conceptual language for experiences that existed somewhat beyond ordinary description. As their discussion continued, Aisling offered additional insights about how such revelations might be applied to ongoing decisions and challenges, not as deterministic guidelines, but as expanded awareness that improved choice rather than eliminating it. The patterns themselves constantly evolve, she explained in response to Atreus' question about whether futures glimpsed in the mist would necessarily come to pass. What you witnessed represents current trajectory based on accumulated momentum, the path most likely if existing forces continue unchanged. But awareness itself becomes a new force capable of altering that trajectory, sometimes significantly. This perspective proved particularly valuable to Kratos, whose long existence had been shaped by prophecies and predictions that claimed inevitability while concealing their manipulative purposes. The bog's revelations, by contrast, honored agency even while revealing the patterns and influences that constrained or directed it, a balanced truth that neither claimed complete freedom nor accepted absolute determinism. As evening approached, marked by another subtle shift in Vanaheim's eternal twilight, their discussion gradually transitioned toward practical matters. Their greater journey, the fulfillment of Faye's final wishes, remained incomplete, requiring continuation beyond this brief though significant detour. Aisling, recognizing this without requiring explicit statement, offered guidance for their onward travel, including paths through the bog that would expedite their return to more established routes. The eastern boundary connects most directly to the highlands, where your next landmark waits, she informed them, her knowledge of the surrounding territory evidently extensive despite her primary focus on the bog itself. A half-day's journey should see you back on your primary path, with certain advantages from this route not available through more conventional travel. This practical assistance reflected the balanced wisdom they had come to appreciate in their brief acquaintance with the elderly Vanir. Her ability to honor mystical experience without disconnecting it from practical application, to recognize significance without imposing interpretation. Unlike many they had encountered who claimed special knowledge, she offered information as service rather than demonstration of superiority or means of control. "We are grateful for your hospitality," Kratos acknowledged, as they prepared for a final night's rest before resuming their journey the following day. The phrase, though simple, represented significant recognition from one who rarely expressed appreciation in explicit terms. "The bog welcomes those who approach with appropriate readiness," Aisling responded, accepting his acknowledgement without false modesty. "Few find their way to its revelations by accident, regardless of how their arrival might appear to ordinary perception." This subtle suggestion that their encounter had contained purpose beyond mere chance aligned with patterns revealed in their missed visions, connections that extended beyond obvious causality, influences that operated through apparently random circumstance. Yet neither Aisling's manner nor her specific words imposed interpretation, leaving them free to integrate this possibility according to their own understanding. They passed a final night in the stilted dwelling, their sleep again characterized by unusual depth and restoration. Whether this resulted from the bog's properties, Aisling's herbal preparations, or simply the integration of insights that had previously remained fragmented, the effect provided valuable renewal for the journey that awaited them. Morning, as defined by Vanaheim's cycle rather than true sunrise, brought preparations for departure. Aisling provided modest but useful provisions for their continued travel, including a small container of the herbal tea they had found so restorative, and a salve she explained would prove valuable for treating minor injuries incurred along their route. Most notable was a small lantern, similar to those that illuminated the bog's pathways, sized for convenient travel and filled with specially prepared oil. For when conventional light proves insufficient, she explained as she demonstrated its operation, not merely for physical illumination, though it serves that purpose well enough. Certain barriers encountered along your journey may respond to its particular properties in ways ordinary flame cannot achieve. Kratos accepted this gift with appropriate recognition of its potential significance. Another tool for their journey that would find its application when circumstances required. Throughout their travels, such seemingly minor provisions had occasionally proved crucial in unexpected situations, teaching both travelers to value practical resources, regardless of their apparent simplicity. Their departure from the bog proceeded along the eastern route Aisling had recommended, a series of boardwalks that gradually transitioned from the heart of the misty expanse toward its periphery. As they traveled, the distinctive properties of the environment slowly diminished, fog thinning to reveal more distant visibility, the unusual silence giving way to more typical forest sounds. The specialized vegetation intermingling with plants common throughout Vanaheim's wilder territories. I've been thinking about what we saw in the mist, Atreides said as they walked, the more ordinary surroundings allowing resumption of conversation that had seemed almost intrusive within the bog's silent heart. Not just the specific memories or patterns, but what they mean for our journey ahead. Kratos made a sound of acknowledgement, encouraging continuation without interrupting his son's process of articulation. The colored mist showed connections I hadn't noticed before. How things Mother taught me years ago connect directly to challenges we've faced recently, and how certain abilities I am developing relate to choices you made long before I was born. He paused, finding precise words for complex insights. It's like our journey was prepared for long before we knew we would make it. Not controlled or forced, but anticipated. Provided for. This observation touched on philosophical territories Kratos would once have rejected outright. Patterns suggesting purpose beyond individual choice or random circumstance. Yet his own revelations in the pattern mists had shown similar indications of underlying structure that transcended simple causality without eliminating agency within it. Neither predetermined fate nor complete chaos, but something more complex. A middle path where choice remained vital even within larger patterns that contained and influenced it. Perhaps he acknowledged this simple response representing significant evolution in his willingness to consider perspectives that once would have triggered immediate rejection. We proceed regardless, one step at a time. Atreides nodded, accepting this balanced approach that neither dismissed the possibility of larger purpose nor became distracted from the immediate path by excessive focus on abstract meaning. It represented the practical wisdom they had developed throughout their journey together, attending to patterns and significance without losing connection to the tangible requirements of their continuing travel. As they reached the bog's eastern boundary, where the last boardwalks gave way to more conventional forest paths, they paused for a final look back at the misty expanse that had offered such unexpected revelations. From this perspective, the twilight bog appeared both mysterious and welcoming, its swirling vapors and subtle illumination creating an environment that existed somewhere between the ordinary world and something more profound, a liminal space where different types of understanding became temporarily accessible. We should remember how to find this place again, Atreus suggested, making mental notes of landmarks that would guide potential return, for when we might need its particular kind of wisdom in the future. Kratos considered this suggestion with appropriate thoroughness. Throughout their extensive travels, they had encountered numerous locations of power or significance, some hostile, others beneficial, many combining elements of both. His initial inclination had typically been to view such places primarily as resources to be utilized, or challenges to be overcome, temporary stopping points rather than destinations worthy of return. Yet experience had gradually modified this perspective, revealing how certain environments offered insights or resources unavailable through more conventional means. Yes, he agreed finally, knowledge of paths worth maintaining. With this acknowledgement, they turned eastward to resume their primary journey, the bog's mists gradually disappearing behind them as they continued through Vanaheim's twilit forests. The revelations they carried from their brief detour remained active influences rather than merely passive memories, insights that would continue informing their choices and understanding as they proceeded toward fulfillment of Faye's final wishes. The twilight bog faded from view but not from awareness, its misty wisdom integrated into the continuing story of their shared journey, one more chapter in an unfolding narrative that, as the pattern mists had revealed, connected past, present, and potential futures in ways neither could have anticipated when their path began. not a deviation from their purpose, but an enhancement of it, providing context and clarity for challenges that still awaited them beyond Vanaheim's perpetual dusk. In the distance, the forested landscape gradually gave way to the highland territories that marked their next stage of travel. New challenges awaited there, requiring different strengths and strategies than those employed in the misty lowlands. Yet they proceeded with renewed perspective, not merely continuing as before, but carrying expanded awareness of the patterns that connected their journey's discrete elements into meaningful whole. Behind them, the bog's lanterns continued their gentle illumination of winding pathways, guiding other travelers who might find their way to its revelatory mists. Aisling tended her herbs and recorded her observations, maintaining traditions and knowledge refined through countless cycles of Vanaheim's eternal twilight, and the mist itself swirled in its ancient patterns, revealing memories and connections to those prepared to receive its particular wisdom, as it had done long before their arrival and would continue long after their departure. Their journey continued, one careful step after another along paths both physical and metaphorical, carrying insights from the bog's revelations into whatever awaited them beyond the next horizon. The particular quality of Vanaheim's twilight gradually shifted as they traveled, but something of the bog's illumination remained with them, a different kind of light for perceiving their ongoing story, revealing connections and patterns that ordinary vision might have missed, but that now informed each choice and observation as they proceeded together. As Kratos and Atreus continued their journey eastward, the twilight-shrouded lowlands of Vanaheim gradually gave way to more open territory. The misty bog with its revelatory vapors faded behind them, though the insights gained there remained. Days of travel through Vanaheim's eternal dusk brought them to landscapes quite different from the secluded wetlands they had left behind. The forests thinned, opening into rolling fields where the realm's diffuse light cast long, gentle shadows across the land. Here, the perpetual twilight took on warmer hues, amber and gold, rather than the cool purples and blues of the bog. The air carried new scents, ripening grain, freshly turned soil, and the sweet perfume of fruit-bearing trees heavy with their bounty. The land feels different here, Atreus observed as they crested a gentle rise that offered views of the countryside spread before them. More settled. Indeed, the wilderness that had dominated their previous travels through Vanaheim had yielded to cultivated landscape. Fields of grain rippled in the gentle breeze, their golden tops catching the muted light. Orchards stood in neat rows, their branches laden with fruits unknown in Midgard. In the distance, smoke rose from scattered dwellings, not the isolated hut of a reclusive herbalist, but the collective hearths of an established community. The Vanir Heartlands, Mimir explained from his position at Kratos' belt. They're agricultural territories, where they cultivate the crops and materials that sustain their civilization, quite different from the wild regions we've traversed thus far. As they stood observing this new territory, sounds drifted to them on the breeze, distant voices calling to one another, the rhythmic ring of tools striking in unison, and underlying it all, a gentle melody that seemed to rise and fall with the movement of the workers visible in the fields below. "Listen," Atreus said quietly. "They're singing while they work." Kratos made no reply, but his gaze lingered on the scene below with something beyond his usual tactical assessment. After their experiences in the bog, perhaps he too recognized patterns connecting this peaceful industry with deeper purposes, the gathering of sustenance not merely for physical survival, but for the continuation of culture and community. "We should continue," he said finally, adjusting the axe at his back as he surveyed the path ahead. There is still much ground to cover. As they descended toward the cultivated lands, the warm amber light of Vanaheim's agricultural heart enveloped them, so different from the cool, ethereal illumination of the bog they had left behind. New experiences awaited them here among the Vanir harvest fields, encounters and insights as yet unrevealed, but connected in ways the bog's mists had perhaps prepared them to recognize. Their journey continued, one realm's mystery giving way to another's abundance, each step carrying them further along paths both chosen and discovered. Ahead lay the gathering of the Vanir harvest, with its own rhythms, revelations, and moments of unexpected peace amid their greater quest. The path through the twilight bog had been challenging but ultimately navigable, guiding Kratos and Atreus safely to Freya's dwelling, where they had delivered the precious twilight bloom petals. Though their reception had been cool, the Vanir goddess accepting their offering with minimal conversation, Freya had fulfilled her end of the arrangement by providing information about a safer route back to Midgard that would avoid Odin's watchful ravens. "Before you depart," Freya had said as they prepared to leave, her voice carefully neutral despite the lingering tension between them, "you might find it beneficial to rest. The Vanir harvest begins tonight in the eastern meadows. None would prevent your participation, despite..." She had left the sentence unfinished, but her meaning was clear. Now, as dusk approached, Kratos and Atreus found themselves on the outskirts of a wide, rolling meadow, where preparations for the harvest festival were already underway. Vanir of various ages moved with practiced efficiency, setting up simple wooden tables beneath ancient oak trees and arranging baskets woven from flexible willow branches. "Do you think we should join them, Father?" Atreus asked, observing the peaceful activity with evident interest. Freya said it could be beneficial. Kratos surveyed the scene with his usual caution. "How would gathering flowers serve our journey?" "If I may," Mimir interjected from his place at Kratos' belt. "The Vanir harvest is not merely a collection of plants, brother. The flowers and fruits gathered during this festival contain unique properties that manifest only when harvested under these specific celestial conditions." Atreus' expression brightened. "See, that could be useful for us. And..." he hesitated before adding, "it looks peaceful, like something normal people do." This simple observation, the boys' unspoken desire to experience something ordinary, something unburdened by their usual world of gods and monsters, seemed to resonate with Kratos more than any practical argument might have. "We will observe," he decided finally. "Perhaps participate, but remain vigilant." They approached the meadow's edge, where the festival preparations continued. The Vanir noticed their arrival immediately. Conversations quieted, and many cast wary glances in their direction. Though not openly hostile, the atmosphere had clearly shifted with the appearance of the god of war and his son. An elderly Vanir woman separated herself from the group and approached them directly. Unlike the others, her expression showed curiosity rather than apprehension. Her silver hair was elaborately braided with small fresh flowers, and she carried herself with the quiet dignity of one accustomed to respect. "I am Solveig," she introduced herself, offering a formal half-bow. "Elder of the harvest. Freya sent word that you might join our gathering." "I am Atreus," the boy replied eagerly, before remembering himself and adding, "and this is my father, Kratos." Solveig studied them both with keen eyes that missed nothing. The god of war and his son, an unexpected addition to our humble festival. Though her words acknowledged their reputation, her tone remained neutral, neither welcoming nor rejecting. "We seek only to observe," Kratos stated, his deep voice carefully modulated to avoid intimidation. None come to the harvest merely to observe, Solvig replied with surprising firmness. The gifts of Vanaheim are earned through participation. If you wish to remain, you must join the gathering. Before Kratos could respond, Atreus stepped forward. We'd be honored to help. What do we need to do? Solderig's weathered face softened slightly at the boy's enthusiasm. The festival begins at true dusk when the star flowers open. Until then, you may assist with preparations. She gestured toward the tables where other Vanir were arranging various tools and baskets. Niall there could use help with the gathering baskets. With that practical direction, she returned to her own tasks, leaving them to decide their next move. Well, that was direct, Mimir commented. Solvig is one of the oldest living Vanir, according to what I've heard. Her knowledge of plant lore is unrivaled, even by Freya herself. Atreus looked up at his father expectantly. Should we help with the baskets? After a moment's consideration, Kratos gave a single nod. Together, they approached the designated area where a middle-aged Vanir man was meticulously inspecting a large collection of willow baskets, setting aside those with even minor imperfections. Excuse me, Atreus began politely. Are you Niall? Solveig said we could help with the baskets. The man looked up, momentarily startled to find himself addressed by the outsiders. Yes, I am Niall. His gaze moved cautiously from Atreus to Kratos, lingering briefly on the Leviathan axe before returning to the boy. You wish to assist? We do, Atreus confirmed. What needs doing? Recovering his composure, Niall indicated a stack of unfinished baskets. These need final weaving at the rims. The pattern must be precise, 3 under, 2 over, with the final willow tucked inside rather than outside. He demonstrated the technique on a nearby basket. The star flowers are sensitive to metal, so our containers must be entirely of willow. Atreus immediately sat down and picked up one of the unfinished baskets, carefully studying the pattern before attempting to continue it. Kratos remained standing for a moment, seemingly uncomfortable with the domestic task, but eventually settled his large frame beside his son and selected a basket of his own. Niall watched with undisguised surprise as the god of war's scarred hands, more accustomed to weapons than craftwork, carefully manipulated the delicate willow branches. Kratos' first attempts were clumsy, breaking several of the thin withes, but he observed Atreus' more successful technique and adjusted his approach with the same focused determination he brought to combat. As they worked, other Vanir occasionally passed by, their initial wariness gradually softening to cautious curiosity as they observed the outsiders engaged in this most traditional of preparations. Children especially seemed fascinated by the contrast between Kratos' imposing presence and the delicate basket weaving he now performed with increasing skill. The sun continued its descent toward the horizon, and the quality of light across the meadow began to change. What had been ordinary grass and seemingly barren ground now revealed hints of what was to come. Tiny buds, previously invisible, began to shimmer with faint luminescence as twilight approached. Look, father, Atreus pointed toward the emerging phenomenon. The flowers are starting to wake up. The star flowers respond to the light of the evening star, Niall explained, his reserve diminishing somewhat as he spoke of things he clearly knew well. When true dusk arrives and that star rises, they will open fully. It is a brief window. We have perhaps 2 hours to complete the harvest before they begin to close again. As if summoned by Niall's explanation, Solvig appeared at the center of the meadow and rang a small silver bell. The clear tone carried across the gathering, bringing all activity to a momentary pause. "Prepare for the blessing," Niall told them, setting aside his work and standing. "The festival officially begins with Solveig's invocation." Throughout the meadow, the Vanir formed a loose circle around their elder. Kratos and Atreus joined them, standing somewhat apart but still within the gathering. Mimir, observing the seriousness of the occasion, remained respectfully silent at Kratos' belt. Solveig raised her arms toward the darkening sky where the first stars had begun to appear. When she spoke, her voice carried surprising strength and resonance for one of her years. "We gather as our ancestors have gathered since the first days of Vanaheim," she began, her words carrying the weight of ancient tradition. "We come with respect for what grows, with gratitude for what is given, and with care for what sustains. May our hands be gentle, our hearts be open, and our harvest be blessed." As she completed the invocation, a collective murmur of affirmation rose from the gathered Vanir. Almost simultaneously, a bright star appeared on the eastern horizon. Not a star at all, Atreus realized, but a planet, its light steady and unwavering, unlike the twinkling stars around it. The effect on the meadow was immediate and magical. What had been hints of luminescence suddenly blossomed into full radiance as thousands of starflowers opened in response to the evening star's appearance. The entire field transformed into a sea of gently glowing blooms, each about the size of a child's palm, with 5 pointed petals that emitted a soft, silvery blue light. Atreus gasped at the sudden beauty that surrounded them. Even Kratos seemed momentarily transfixed by the transformation, his perpetually stern features softening almost imperceptibly in the ethereal light. "It's incredible," Atreus whispered. "The harvest of stars begins," Solveig announced. "Gather with care, with song, and with gratitude." The Vanir dispersed across the meadow in small groups of 3 to 5, each equipped with baskets they had prepared. To Kratos and Atreus' surprise, Solveig herself approached them directly. "You will gather with me," she informed them, her tone brooking no argument. "As newcomers, you must learn the proper way." She led them to a section of the meadow slightly apart from the others, where the starflowers grew in particular abundance. Up close, the blooms were even more remarkable. Their centers contained tiny structures that resembled miniature constellations, and they emitted a subtle, pleasant fragrance reminiscent of honey and something undefinable but distinctly magical. "Observe first," Solveig instructed, kneeling beside a cluster of the glowing flowers. "We harvest not by plucking or cutting, but by asking." To demonstrate, she held her hands just above a particularly vibrant bloom and began to sing softly, a simple, melodic phrase that repeated with subtle variations. As she sang, the flower's light pulsed in rhythm with her melody, growing gradually brighter until, with a final gentle note, it detached itself from its stem and floated upward into her waiting palms. "The starflowers choose to give themselves when properly addressed," she explained, carefully placing the bloom in her basket, where it continued to glow. "If forced or taken without the song, they wither immediately and lose their essence." Atreus watched the process with fascination. "What is the song? What are the words?" "There are no words as you understand them," Solveig replied. "The melody itself is the language the flowers recognize. It changes slightly for each gatherer. The flowers respond to the unique tone of each voice." She gestured toward the glowing field. "Listen to the others. You will hear how each song differs while maintaining the essential pattern." Indeed, across the meadow, the Vanir harvesters were all singing as they worked, individual voices, creating a harmonious tapestry of sound that seemed to make the very air vibrate with gentle resonance. Each successful harvest created a momentary pulse of brighter light as flowers detached and were gathered into waiting baskets. "Now you must try," Solvig told them, indicating a nearby cluster of starflowers. "Begin with the basic melody I showed you, then allow it to change as it will. The flowers will guide you if your intention is respectful." Atreus, always eager to learn new skills, especially those involving language or music, knelt beside a glowing bloom and attempted to replicate Solveig's melody. His first effort produced no response from the flower, but after several adjustments, making the notes more flowing, less structured, the bloom began to pulse in response. "Yes, like that," Solveig encouraged. "Let your voice find the rhythm that matches this particular flower." After a few more attempts, Atreus found the right combination of notes. The starflower brightened dramatically before gently releasing from its stem and rising to his cupped hands. The boy's face lit with delight at the successful harvest, carefully placing the bloom in his basket as he had seen Salve do. "I did it," he exclaimed, looking to his father with pride. Kratos had been observing carefully, his expression unreadable as always. Now, at his son's success, he moved toward another cluster of flowers with clear reluctance. "I do not sing," he stated flatly. "All creatures can produce melody, even those who believe themselves incapable," Solveig replied, unintimidated by his resistance. "The flowers respond to intention as much as to perfect pitch." Under the expectant gaze of both Solveig and Atreus, Kratos knelt awkwardly beside a starflower. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a low, rumbling approximation of the harvesting melody, rough and unpolished, but recognizable in its basic pattern. To everyone's surprise, perhaps Kratos's most of all, the flower responded immediately, its glow intensifying with each note. It seemed particularly receptive to the deeper tones of his voice, pulsing with bright flares of light before detaching and rising to his massive hand. "The flowers find your voice appealing," Solveig observed with evident surprise. "They respond to honesty of tone, not beauty, as humans might define it." Kratos examined the glowing bloom now resting in his palm, delicate, ephemeral, yet willingly given to his blood-stained hands. The irony was not lost on him, though. He kept his thoughts private as always. "What purpose do these flowers serve?" he asked, as he carefully placed it in his basket. "Many purposes," Sylvarg replied, moving to another cluster for her own harvest. "Their essence calms troubled minds and brings peaceful rest. Their light, properly preserved, illuminates our dwellings through the darkest winter months. Their petals, dried and prepared correctly, heal wounds that resist other remedies." She glanced at him directly. "They remind us that beauty and usefulness need not be separate qualities." As they continued the harvest, moving methodically across their section of the meadow, Atreus grew increasingly comfortable with the singing technique. His young voice found natural harmony with the flowers, each successful harvest building his confidence. Even Kratos, though he would never admit to enjoyment of the task, developed a more fluid delivery of the melody, his deep tones creating distinctive patterns of light in the blooms he addressed. Around them, the festival progressed with a sense of joyful purpose. The initially suspicious glances from other Vanir gradually transformed as they observed the outsiders participating with genuine respect for the tradition. Several younger gatherers eventually moved closer, their curiosity overcoming caution. "You have a good singing voice," a young Vanir girl of perhaps 12 told Atreus as she harvested nearby. For an outsider, thanks, Atreus replied with a smile. I'm still learning the right melody. I'm Asted, she introduced herself. Is it true your father is the god of war from distant lands? Atreus glanced at Kratos, who was focused on his harvesting and seemingly ignoring the conversation. He was, Atreus answered carefully, but that was before. We're different now. Astrid studied Kratos with undisguised curiosity. Mother says he's dangerous, but he seems to be gentle with the starflowers. This observation, innocent yet perceptive, caught Kratos' attention despite his apparent disinterest. He made no comment, but Atreus noticed a subtle shift in his father's posture, a barely perceptible relaxation of the perpetual tension he carried. As true night settled over the meadow, the harvest continued under an increasingly brilliant canopy of stars. The glow of the gathered starflowers in baskets throughout the field created a secondary constellation on the ground, mirroring the sky above. The combined effect was breathtaking, as if the gatherers worked in a space between two star-filled skies. The relationship between stars above and flowers below is no coincidence, Solvik explained as they continued their work. Each bloom corresponds to a specific star. The patterns in their centers reflect the surrounding stars of that particular constellation. So they're connected? Atreus asked, examining a flower more closely. The real stars and these flowers? All things are connected, Solveig replied simply. The Vanir understand this truth better than most. It is why we harvest with songs rather than knives, why we ask rather than take. This philosophy, so different from the brutal efficiency that had defined much of Kratos' existence, seemed to resonate with something in Atreus. The boy worked with increasing reverence, his harvesting song becoming more confident, but also more gentle. After perhaps an hour of steady harvesting, Solveig called for a brief rest. The gatherers converged on the tables beneath the oak trees, where simple refreshments had been prepared. Bread with honey, dried fruits, and a sweet herbal tea that steamed in the cool night air. Kratos and Atreus found themselves included in this communal break, though a small space remained around them as the Vanir maintained a respectful distance. Only Solveig and a few of the more curious children, including Astrid, approached them directly. Your baskets fill well, Solveig observed, examining their collected blooms with an appraising eye. The flowers respond especially well to your voice, she added to Kratos, despite your reluctance. Kratos acknowledged this assessment with a slight nod but offered no comment. He seemed preoccupied, his gaze moving from the star-filled sky to the glowing meadow and back again, as though connecting pieces of some internal puzzle. Will the flowers die now that we've picked them? Atreus asked as he sipped the sweet tea. Not if properly harvested, Solveig answered. That is why the song is essential. When given willingly, their essence remains alive for many months, sometimes years. They are not truly separate from their stars, merely transformed into a different manifestation of the same energy. As the break concluded and gatherers prepared to return to their work, a subtle change became visible in the meadow. The star flowers that remained unharvested had begun to shift their orientation, their glowing petals turning gradually toward the western horizon. The may follow the evening star as it crosses the sky, Solveig explained, noting Atreus' questioning look. When it begins to set, they will close again until tomorrow's dusk. We must complete our harvest before then. The second phase of gathering took on greater urgency, though never rushed enough to compromise the ritual's respectful nature. The Vanir songs intensified slightly, encouraging the flowers to give themselves more readily as their time grew short. Kratos and Atreus worked with increased efficiency, having mastered the basic technique. To Atreus' surprise and evident delight, his father occasionally joined his harvesting song briefly, their voices creating an unexpected harmony that made their targeted blooms flare with particularly bright response. "We work well together," Atreus observed during a brief pause, careful to frame the observation as neutral rather than overly sentimental, knowing his father's discomfort with such things. "Yes," Kratos agreed simply, but in that single word, Atreus heard multiple layers of meaning. Acknowledgement not just of their effectiveness at flower gathering, but of their growing synchronization in all things, their improving understanding of each other. As the evening star began its descent toward the western horizon, Solveig signaled the final phase of the harvest. The remaining star flowers, those left deliberately to seed the next generation, began to close their petals, their glow diminishing gradually as they prepared for dormancy. Throughout the meadow, filled baskets were brought to the central gathering area, where Solveig inspected each contribution before adding it to the communal collection. When Kratos and Atreus presented their baskets, the elder examined their harvest with careful scrutiny. "Well gathered," she pronounced finally. "The blooms remain vital and strong. You have respected the ritual." She selected several particularly vibrant specimens from their collection and placed them in a separate small basket, which she then extended to them. "These are yours to keep, a fair exchange for your assistance." Atreus accepted the gift with evident pleasure. "Thank you. What shall we do with them?" "Place them near where you sleep," Solveig instructed. "They will promote peaceful rest and clear dreams. Should injuries befall you in your travels, crush a petal and apply it to the wound. It will speed healing and prevent corruption." As the last of the harvest was collected, and the meadow's glow faded to only a few scattered points of light, the festival entered its final phase. The Vanir arranged themselves in a circle once more, this time seated on the grass with their collection of star flowers forming a luminous center to their gathering. "Join us for the closing," Solveig invited, indicating spaces in the circle. Once all were seated, several Vanir brought out simple instruments. Wooden flutes, small drums made of stretched hide, and stringed instruments crafted from hollowed gourds. A gentle melody began, different from the harvesting songs but complementary to them, creating a peaceful atmosphere as night fully claimed the sky. The closing song gives thanks for abundance and acknowledges the cycle that will bring the flowers back in seasons to come, Mimir explained quietly to Kratos and Atreus as the music continued. The severed head had remained respectfully silent throughout most of the harvest, but now offered context for this final ritual. As the instrumental introduction concluded, the gathered Vanir began to sing, a harmonious blending of voices that seemed to make the collected starflowers pulse in response. Unlike the individual harvesting melodies, this was a unified song, with everyone contributing to a single, flowing piece. Atreus listened intently, quickly grasping the repeating pattern and joining in with his clear, youthful voice. To his surprise and evident joy, several nearby Vanir nodded encouragement, accepting his contribution to their traditional song. Kratos remained silent, but his usual stoic expression had softened imperceptibly. In the combined glow of stars above and harvested blooms below, the harsh lines of battle and suffering that normally defined his features seemed less pronounced. For perhaps the first time since their journey began, he appeared almost at peace, a warrior temporarily relieved of the constant expectation of combat. The closing song continued for some time, gradually shifting from expressions of gratitude to melodic wishes for restful night and renewed strength with dawn. As it finally concluded, a comfortable silence settled over the gathering, broken only by the natural sounds of the night forest surrounding the meadow. Solvig rose to her feet, signaling the festival's conclusion. The harvest is complete. May its benefits sustain us through the coming seasons. Go now to your rest, carrying starlight in your baskets and star songs in your hearts. The Vanir began to disperse, gathering their belongings and collected harvests. Many nodded respectfully to Kratos and Atreus as they passed, the earlier wariness largely replaced by tentative acceptance. Not friendship precisely, but recognition of their respectful participation. "You have honored our ways," Selig told them as they prepared to depart. "Not all outsiders would approach our traditions with such care." "We have learned much," Kratos acknowledged, his deep voice carrying unusual warmth, if only for a moment. "The star flowers were amazing," Atreus added enthusiastically. "I've never seen anything like them." Sylvig smiled at the boy's genuine appreciation. "There is wonder in all the realms, young one, for those with eyes to see it. Not all power manifests as lightning or flame or blade. Some of the strongest magics come in forms that seem delicate, like flowers that sing to stars." As they took their leave, carrying their small basket of starflowers and the experience of an evening unlike any in their journey so far, Atreus glanced back at the meadow one last time. Though the blooms had closed, a subtle luminescence remained, a ghostly outline of where they had been, a promise of their return when the conditions again proved right. "We should find a place to camp," Kratos decided as they reached the edge of the forest that surrounded the festival grounds. "Continue our journey at first light." They established a simple camp in a small clearing among ancient pines. After their evening of peaceful gathering, even the routine tasks of making fire and preparing bedrolls seemed infused with a different quality. Less hurried, more mindful. As Atreus settled for sleep, he placed their basket of starflowers near his bedroll, as Solvig had instructed. The blooms emitted a soft, constant glow that created a gentle circle of light around their camp. "Father," he said as Kratos completed his usual check of their perimeter, "do you think we could visit next year's harvest? If our journey brings us back this way?" Kratos considered the question with uncharacteristic thoughtfulness before answering. "Perhaps, if circumstances allow." For Atreus, who had learned to interpret his father's minimal responses, this represented significant concession. The boy smiled, nestling deeper into his bedroll as the starflower's subtle influence began to work its gentle magic. "I liked it," Atreus continued sleepily, "working together with the Vanir, learning their songs. It was nice to do something that wasn't fighting or running or preparing for fighting or running." Kratos grunted non-committally as he settled onto his own bedroll, though his typical alertness seemed somewhat diminished, not through carelessness, but through an unusual degree of relaxation. "Even you seem to enjoy it a little," Atreus persisted, his voice growing drowsier. "I could tell by how you sang. The flowers could tell too." Rather than dismiss this observation as he might normally have done, Kratos remained thoughtfully silent for a moment before responding. "There is value in understanding different kinds of strength," he admitted finally. "The Vanir approach to power differs from the Aesir, from my own past approaches." This philosophical acknowledgement, rare from the typically action-focused god of war, indicated how deeply the evening's experiences had affected him. The peaceful gathering, cooperative rather than competitive, had offered a glimpse of interaction untainted by violence or threat. a possibility Kratos had rarely encountered in his blood-soaked existence. Mimir, Kratos addressed the severed head, who had been resting quietly nearby. You said these flowers promote restful sleep. Indeed, Mimir confirmed. The Vanir prize them for that very quality. Those who rest near freshly harvested starflowers report the most peaceful sleep of their lives, free from nightmares, unburdened by worries. Even gods find respite in their gentle influence. Kratos nodded slightly, his gaze moving to the softly glowing blooms. For one who had known little peace in sleep or waking, such a promise, even temporary, held undeniable appeal. As full night embraced their small camp, the star flowers' glow created a protective circle of gentle light that seemed to hold darkness at bay, both physical and metaphorical. Atreus's breathing soon deepened into the rhythm of sleep, his young face relaxed and peaceful in the flowers' soft illumination. Kratos remained awake longer, his warrior's instincts still resistant to complete surrender to rest. Yet even he eventually yielded to the star flowers' subtle influence, his perpetually tense muscles gradually relaxing as their essence permeated the air around the camp. His last conscious thought before sleep claimed him was of the meadow transformed by thousands of glowing blooms, of voices raised in cooperative harmony rather than battle cries, of his son's face alight with wonder rather than fear. These images, so different from the blood and fire that typically haunted his rare moments of repose, followed Kratos into dreams that, for once, brought no terror in their wake. Above their camp, the stars continued their eternal patterns across the night sky, mirrored by their earthly counterparts now gathered in baskets throughout Vanaheim. The connection between above and below, recognized and honored by the Vanir harvest, maintained its ancient balance, a reminder that even in a world of gods and monsters, gentler magics persisted, offering moments of peace to any who approached with respect and openness. For one night at least, the god of war and his son had participated in gathering rather than destroying, in harmonizing rather than conquering. A small but significant shift in their ongoing journey through the 9 realms, and perhaps through their understanding of each other and themselves. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.